Ready?
Jenna, is KCAT ready?
KCAT is ready.
Thank you.
So let me call to order this meeting of the Town Council of Los Gatos of April 5th. If I could ask the clerk to start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Hudis.
Here.
Councilmember Bajami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
Here. So we're all present. If I could ask the clerk to roll our meeting, whatever we call it, our meeting video, meeting decorum video.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. So first up tonight, we have two presentations. If I could ask our town poet laureate, Jen Siraganian, to turn on her video. And also if I could ask the clerk to put up our proclamation. And so I won't read the proclamation. I'll let everybody read it if they like. But this is National Poetry Month, and this is our proclamation. Just give you a couple seconds. And I will turn it over to our poet laureate.
Thank you so much, Mayor Rennie. Really excited to be here, especially our National Poetry Month. And I want to also just share my gratitude with Mayor Rennie and former Mayor Sayak and all the members of the Town Council for just being so gracious to me this year. I've loved serving my term and I'm excited for 2 more years of it. And before I read, I want to mention the 2022 Los Gatos Poetry Contest, which I've been organizing for Los Gatos and for the National Poetry Month. And I'll be hosting a special event of the winners, which I'm in the process of choosing right now. We had close to 100 submissions. And so the event will be in the Los Gatos Library on April 28th. at 5 o'clock, and there will be 9 winners, 3 from the children's category, 3 from the teenager category, and 3 adults. So definitely invite the public and everyone to come and make it. And I'll be reading just a short poem for you today. It's entitled Los Gatos 2022. Los Gatos, lost gatehouse, lost gate into the mountains, to the ocean, lost world of stone statues of cats. Last gas station before Santa Cruz, and in the other direction, last stop before the valley envelops you in heat. Lost gardens of succulents, lost dust of olive trees and over plump oranges hanging over rooftops. Lost land of the Ohlone people, lost mountains to fires, lost homes, lost town beneath the reservoir. Los Gatos of Tate when Halloween feels feline with lions and padded feet dragging plastic pumpkins of lollipops. Los Gatos in the morning, the redwoods still laced with fog, the town still slumbering. Lost greens, muted and brown, lost rains, even though our children thirst for it as much as the Billy Jones Wildcat Railroad. Los Gatos of whisper and wonder and warm whispers and gnarled oaks that slant light from the sun. Los Gatos, where fantasy of lights ignites with so much color and heat, we forget it's still winter. Los Gatos, where trees sip water, not from the ground, but clouds, and creeks connect mountains to valleys to our veins. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was beautiful. In this time of when, we've had a couple of years of COVID, and it's nice to just think of beautiful things and be calm and serene, and that was very beautiful. Thank you very much. Would any council members wish to make a comment? None necessary. So thank you for starting our meeting off with such pleasant images and thoughts of Los Gatos.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Thank you all.
You're welcome. So next up is another proclamation for our dispatchers. It's National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So if I could ask any dispatchers that have joined us tonight to turn on their videos and be recognized. And if I could ask the clerk to put up the proclamation. So again, I won't read the proclamation. I'll let everybody read it if they like. But I do want to thank our town dispatchers. It's a very important role, but it's actually can be a very stressful role. But it's extremely important in keeping us all safe. So I just want to thank all of our dispatchers for their hard work and their dedication to Los Gatos. Thank you. All right, thank you. Next up is closed session report. I have a little bit of a scratchy throat. It was strange. I had a little spinach quiche and it's kind of given me an asthma attack or something. So I apologize for scratchy throat, but I'll ask the town attorney to give us a closed session report.
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, councilmen in closed session to discuss various items related to property negotiations, labor negotiations, and potential litigation. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
All right, thank you. So next up is our council matters. This is an opportunity for council members to tell the public and each other what they've been working on since our last meeting. And I'll start with Council Member Hudis.
Good evening. We had a bit of a long time since our last meeting, so a lot to report. On March 16th, I participated in the Cal City's Peninsula Division event, which was called Growth You Can Count On. And it was a very interesting presentation by the CEO of Silicon Valley, of the Silicon Valley Water, and also Chappie Jones, who's a council member from San Jose, on some redevelopment plans that they have. I think it was a lot to learn. Also, it took place in the new Los Altos Community Center, which is, I think, just made us, at least made me, envious of the beautiful facility that they've built for the community. I worked on the subcommittee of the Senior Services Committee, working on doing some benchmarking of senior services later that day. And then the following week, on the 23rd, that same group met again and continued to work on benchmarking. And then on the 24th, I participated as an alternate on the board of directors for the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, which is responsible for the emergency communications and the connections between the different public safety services. On the 25th, I attended a wonderful chamber luncheon and awards ceremony. I'm sure others will comment on that as well. And then, let's see, the following week, we met as a full senior service committee on Monday. I met on the 29th with the president of KCAT, got to learn about their future plans and what they're doing with some of the ARPA funding that we allocated to them last year. And then on the 30th, I did a tour of the LGS Rec facility and got an overview of what the agency is doing. I met on the 31st with the developers for Los Gatos Meadows, and so that'll be coming up. And then I attended a housing element update session on the 31st in the evening that was put on by the town community development group to bring people up to speed on the housing element. I met with neighbors at 118 Olive Street on Friday, the 1st, and then I met with another neighbor on Monday, the 4th, and that brings me to today. So thanks.
Great, that very busy. And Councilmember Sack?
Thank you. I think the one thing I'd like to report, thank you, Councilmember Hudis, for participating in the Peninsula Division panel. The next one is actually May 18th. I wanted to announce that. And I'm working in conjunction with council members from Mountain View and Cupertino. That one will be specific to Governor Newsom's CARES Court. And so I encourage all of our elected officials to participate and view that. And in addition, Policy Committee met, and I'll let Chair Badami relay what our decisions were at that time. And I'll provide disclosures when we get to the appeals that are coming at our later hearing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami?
Thank you and good evening. On March 18th, I met with County Supervisor Joe Simidian at Steamers. We discussed topics for partnership and areas of concern pertaining to Los Gatos. On March 24th, I met with Mr. Rockwood and his team at his project site of 110 Wood Road. We toured the grounds in preparation for this evening's discussion per agenda item 16. On March 25th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Awards Luncheon, celebrating the character of Los Gatos. March 28th, I attended the Senior Service Committee as an observer. On March 30th, I met with a constituent regarding the housing element and draft 2040 general plan. On March 31st, I attended the housing element community meeting. On April 1st, I met with a group of the neighbors appealing Olive Street, which is agenda item 15 this evening. And then on April 1st, and again on April 4th, I had phone conversations with the applicant for Olive Street. On April 4th, I attended a democracy tent meeting regarding cannabis retail sales with a presentation by Joanne Rogers, the co-founder of CASA. And somewhere in that time frame, we had a council policy committee that I'm neglectful in bringing my notes this evening, but I will report back next time. Thank you.
That's okay. Councilmember Say I put you on the spot. That's not necessary to report. We'll find out when it comes to council. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Like everybody else, lots of meetings. In terms of categories for bike and alternative transportation type things, I've been assisting with bike skills for 5th graders classes on Wednesday afternoons. And in addition to that, yesterday I spent the day at Hillbrook School where a group of students are doing a segment on active transportation. And we discussed safety. And in fact, we ended up doing an almost 10-mile bike ride together. So 5th, 6th, 7th graders, we were on residential streets, we were on protected bike lanes, we were on not so protected bike lanes on Los Gatos Boulevard and on trails. And so it was a very great illustration of what's comfortable and what's not as an adult watching children bike. But they were all very skilled and strong. In addition, today I attended the Safe Routes to School Board of Directors meeting, and Safe Routes is doing a lot of good work. They've got helmet training out there. They've got Strider bike program for preschool, getting preschoolers out on Strider bikes, which are the balance bikes, which helps out with riding. And let me see, they'll be at Spring into Green, and they've got a pedestrian training field trip planned. So all of these things, I mean, besides the fact that it helps kids understand how to get around independently, it also is known that the largest predictor of adults who will bike are those who biked as children. So every time I interact with these groups, I feel like, one, I'm doing a little bit to help alleviate car traffic around schools, but also helping to form our future active transportation commuters. I attended a Meadows community meeting as a resident, and I'll be recused from that item tonight, so I won't be here for that. I attended 2 wonderful ribbon cuttings, one at Belmont Villages of Los Gatos, along with Councilmember Sayak. And, you know, if it's not abundantly clear that we need more housing of all types, we definitely need senior housing. And I think it's a beautiful facility, and it was great to see that come to fruition. And I think they already have a waiting list. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the club next to the high school. I've been a member since 2014, and it was wonderful to see the beautiful new facility opening up. I volunteered with the Los Gatos Pollinator Project along Los Gatos Almaden, which is a joint project sponsored by the town of Los Gatos and Councilmember Pam Foley of San Jose, District 9. Beautiful way to see how native plants can attract butterflies, bees, and beautify the sides of our roads. This Sunday, I attended the Interfaith Unity Passover Seder at the JCC, along with the mayor and Councilmember Sayak. Wonderful way to bring the community together. And I had a variety of meetings. I met with Nancy Roulette for an update on the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec Center. I met with Tom Picro to learn more about the Los Gatos Senior Services and get an update on the committee work. I met with some planners from Seaside to talk about how a bike and ped master plan was put together and how you start planning for active transportation in different communities. I attended the NUMU Art Now supporters reception. And for anybody who hasn't been to NUMU right now, these are the best of the high school. It was an art contest for all high schools in Santa Clara County. And the art there is just mind-boggling. It's beautiful, it's all different media, and I would encourage people to come and visit this amazing artwork done by high schoolers at an amazing resource in our community. And I won't fill up the rest of the time with all the meetings I went to, but anyway, thank you, and there are great things happening in our community.
So everybody can see our council members are all very busy. My list is also pretty long, so I will just try to briefly list each one. On 3/16, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District had a special board meeting I attended. 3/17, I attended the VTA special board member meeting. On 3/17 and 3/10 through 3/20, I attended the Yosemite Policymakers Conference, which is mostly focused around environmental policy kinds of things. 3/21, the BACMed, Bay Area Quality Management District Stationary Source Committee met, and I attended that. On 3/21, I also attended the California Native Garden Foundation event. On 3/23, the West Valley mayors and managers met. Senator Cortese was our guest speaker, and he talked about his SB 1100 bill, which is the one to help with rules on how to keep our council meetings cordial, shall we say. I also gave testimony on behalf of the bill at one of the Senate committee meetings that the bill did pass through. And he also talked about his budget priorities and the state surplus and how it can be spent. When you have a state surplus over the GAN limit, there's only 3 ways that it can be spent. So he talked about that. On 3/24, there was a meeting I met with the Los Gatos Unified High School, Los Gatos Saratoga Unified High School District Superintendent Grove. On 3/25, I participated in the installation of solar on a nonprofit with some other mayors. It was kind of funny. We had mayors and former mayors installing solar, so that was kind of fun. On 3/25, as mentioned, I got to speak at the Chamber's Awards Luncheon, which was very special. Also on 3/28, I was a guest speaker at the Democracy Tent. Also on 3/28, I met with a group of interested citizens about our cannabis deliberations coming up. 3/28, I also attended our Senior Services Committee. On 3/30, I met with a group of residents about the Shannon Road project that they wanted to share their inputs on the process of the public input for that. On 3/31, I met with the owners of the Hero Ranch project for a debrief on that project. On 3/31, I also met with 2 more residents who wanted to talk about cannabis. On 4/11, I helped do the ribbon cutting at the club, as Vice Mayor Risto mentioned. There was actually a very large attendance. It was a really good ceremony. In addition, I've met with the neighbors in the Olive Street, which I guess we'll do disclosures later on that. And I also had the honor of lighting the candles at the Cedar that I also attended. I and Lyle Gray, the CEO for the JCC, got to light the candles. So that was a great honor. Next up is Manager Matters.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I want to announce that tomorrow night, the council, together with the Planning Commission and the Housing Element Advisory Board, is holding a study session on the nuts and bolts of affordable housing. The public is welcome to join us. We have a wonderful panel of experts who will be answering questions regarding financing for affordable housing, as well as some of the legal challenges. Second, I want to announce that our Planning Commission is going to begin its deliberations and public hearing on the general plan, the draft general plan. Their first hearing is scheduled for April 13th. Again, the public is welcome to provide comment as well as written testimony as well. And then finally, we are in the midst of our recruitment for boards and commissions. Applications are due May 27th. And interviews will be held on June 7th. Please see the clerk website for more details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is our consent calendar. This is an opportunity to pass items that are more just ministerial kinds of things in one motion. But there is an opportunity for council members to pull items off the consent calendar for further discussion and questions if they like. Would any council members like to pull any of the items from consent, which consists of item 1 through 10? Not seeing any hands. I next will go to the public and see if any members of the public wish to comment on items on our consent calendar. Not seeing any hands being raised. So I will close the public comment on the consent calendar, come back to council and see if anybody would like to make a motion or feel free to make comments on items on the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Risto.
Sorry, I move to approve the items on the consent calendar.
Okay, Councilmember Sayak.
I'll second the motion.
All right, any comments? I don't see any comments, so that's items 1 through 10. And I have been moved for approval, so I will call the question. Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so the consent calendar items 1 through 10 passes unanimously. Next up is verbal communications. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address us for 3 minutes for items that are not on our agenda somewhere. And let's see, we have one hand from Joanne Rogers. If you could bring her forward, please.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, go ahead.
Dear council members, it occurs to me that there are two tough decisions that are in front of you right now. Both of these issues that will have a lasting effect in a big way on the character, look, feel, and the future of our town. The first crucial decision is adding 3,700 housing units within our 12 by 12 mile town limit. The second is allowing possibly 3 marijuana dispensaries with drug paraphernalia storefronts to set up shop within our town limits. These decisions are important and will certainly affect the reputation and quality of life in Los Gatos for families who already live here and who have lived here for many years. Of course, over the course of the meetings with town officials, 3 issues were mentioned. The revenue stream the pot industry would bring, it's legal, why not? And availability and convenience of marijuana for Los Gatans. I'll answer all 3 of these with one question. Why not 3 gun shops or 3 casinos, for example? I don't support these, but they do provide a good revenue stream, maybe even more than the drug industry. They're clean, nicely decorated, and safely guarded. They're legal. You have to be 21. They could be handy and close to home. So you won't have to drive 15 minutes away and you wouldn't be stoned getting there. My question is, why did you turn these ideas down on revenue streams? Marijuana is not a safe drug. It's different than alcohol. Marijuana remains in the fat cells of the body for months and weeks and months. Alcohol is water soluble, but they're both gateway drugs. And there's always the need for a bigger, better high. So there are other ways to raise money in our town. Let us brainstorm these ideas together. Yes, we do have services that we like that are provided, but there are ways to cut back, just as we do with our own budgets. Crime has permeated so many of our American cities with smash and grab shootings, needles, drugs everywhere. What's going on? We have to be careful with these decisions. You may have seen the billboard in San Francisco's Union Square. San Francisco, famous the world over for brains, beauty, and the now dirty, cheap fentanyl. Ours would read Los Gatos, famous the world over for our restaurants, mountains, bike trails, quaintness, and pot and drug paraphernalia, and some of what was in Jen's poem. We were not afraid to call ourselves Community Against Substance Abuse. Let's keep working on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Would anybody like to ask a question of this speaker? I don't see any at this time, so thank you, Ms. Rogers. And would anybody else wish to address us on an item not on the agenda? I see, oh, there was a hand, Stacy. Going back up and down. I think Stacy would like to speak if we could bring her forward.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Great. Sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Stacy Hine, and I'm here to talk about the marijuana subject. I'm a physician in town, grew up here, and now I practice medicine, internal medicine in town. And I wanted to speak mostly about how marijuana can affect the youth. Just to recap, many of you know this, but you can either inhale or ingest marijuana. It's a psychoactive drug, THC, that passes from the lungs if you inhale it, or the GI tract if you ingest it like an edible, and it goes into the bloodstream and then the brain. And then in the brain, THC acts on receptors, and these receptors are associated with concentration, thinking, sensory and time perception, pleasure, memory, and coordination. So overactivation of these areas is what leads to the high that's caused by THC. Therefore, use of marijuana impairs attention, memory, learning, and these changes can last several days after the high actually wears off. In teens, marijuana has a longer term effect because the brain is not fully mature. And this is where a lot of the problem arises for use in youth. The brain does not fully mature until the earlier mid-20s. And before the brain is fully developed, it's particularly sensitive to drug exposure. Therefore, in age groups in the 20s and below, we see both short and long-term effects of marijuana use. An NIH study actually showed that neurocognitive effects of marijuana persisted in youth for 6 weeks after the use was discontinued. The NIH shows that teens who engage in heavy marijuana use often show reduced neurocognitive performance, neurostructural, and macro and micro changes in brain development, as well as alteration in brain functioning. So brain structure and volume as well. And so these changes may affect many things, as you can imagine, including reduced academic performance, poor judgment, simultaneous use of other drugs such as alcohol. And studies have shown that marijuana has a more negative impact on teenagers' cognitive development than alcohol. In my own practice, I see college kids use marijuana very often. The college kids usually tell me a lot more than the high school kids, and I see it over and over again. Unfortunately, their use of drugs is a substitute for actually figuring out how to grow up and solve their problems. They fail to develop true life skills of problem solving and coping with pressure. Drug use causes poor judgment. I've seen great kids go off to college and then end up in jail after they used poor judgments while using marijuana. I've seen super smart kids, really use a lot of marijuana, then get on a skateboard or get behind the wheel, multiple trips to the ER. One of those kids is now out of college and recently told me that he couldn't believe the things that he did in college while using marijuana. So it's a big problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I had to. Your time was up there. Would any council members wish to ask a question? Councilmember Badami, your hand went up, down, yes?
It's up. Sorry.
Okay.
If I could ask a question of the physician, if you could elaborate on the addictive nature of marijuana compared to any addictive nature of alcohol.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. It's very addictive. From what I see, it is definitely a gateway drug. And what I find is that the kids and college kids and youth, they kind of feel like they can get away with it. Like, they feel like they can use this drug and hide. Whereas if they say were to have, drink during the day, well, that's like not socially acceptable and people will know. And, the marijuana, let's be honest, it makes them feel better. And they're sort of using that as a substitute to function and to cope. And they're really doing a disadvantage to themselves. So therefore, it's highly addictive, not only in the brain function, but also just in behavior.
So it's not just somebody suffering from depression that uses marijuana to feel better. It's recreational party type behavior as well. Is that what I hear?
I see a lot of anxiety. I would rate anxiety more than depression, but also for recreational party use. A lot of daytime use. It's really unbelievable, like every day use. in these college kids.
Thank
And
you,
they want to
Dr.
stop. They want to
Go ahead.
stop, but they can't. They don't know how. They don't know how to function without it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stacy. I don't see any other questions from council. I see Joanne Rogers' hand up. So we don't allow people to speak twice during a given time, but perhaps she has somebody else that is with her on the Zoom, her husband or other family member. If you could bring her forward, but I can't let Joanne speak again. If there's somebody else there, though, they can speak.
I'm sorry. The reason I raised my hand is because I had put a leave meeting and I didn't know whether there was any questions to me. So here's my husband. Sorry.
Well, you may have had some other. Let me yield my time to Joanne.
No,
I can't. I'm sorry. We can't do that. We have a policy against that.
You're fine.
We're good.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to make sure since I left the meeting, if there was any questions, I would answer. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else wish to address us? Steve Gurwaya.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead,
Mr. Mayor?
Stephen.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the time here. I just want to echo what I've heard previously, but I'm kind of looking at things from a different standpoint. Some of you might know that I publish a local magazine called Los Gatos Living Magazine, and professionally, I'm in the business of branding. And from where I sit and what I do here in the town of Los Gatos is to really promote the best of Los Gatos. And the idea of introducing a dispensary into Los Gatos really contradicts the really good, solid, wholesome reputation of the town of Los Gatos. And I worry about that. But beyond that, my concern is that the idea of easy access to marijuana, and I understand the criteria and parameters of buying marijuana, but it just makes it so much easier for our young people. We're all living in such a hard time. As adults, we're all challenged with it. And my heart goes out to young people because the world certainly is not what it was when I was 18 years old or 16 years old, for that matter. My concern is that access to these drugs, or marijuana, I should say, it will change the course of some people's lives, not only for the youth, but also for their family members. It is known as a gateway drug, but beyond that, if this changes where some youth or some students will be, and we're not just talking about high school, we're talking about middle school, and it disrupts, I believe, the course of progress for these individuals. The other part of my concern is that, my concern is that it could potentially bring crime into the community as well. I was talking to friends here recently, and the range of crime is from pillar to post. It's from the smash and grabs up to organized crime. And, we really don't need that. Our police department is stretched, and they're covering so much right now. But the idea that we're going to put them at risk for what? Can we come together as a community and look for positive tax revenues that we can enjoy to help our community? This is my main focus here. Is really, my heart goes out to young people, and as a parent and a grandparent, I consider the pivotal points that make us better and really send us down into a wormhole, rabbit hole.
So I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Mr. Gurwaya.
I just want to thank you for hearing me out, and it's really the future of our community and our families here in Los Gatos.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Looks like I have a question from Vice Mayor Risto.
So Mr. Gora, I'm just curious in terms of branding, because I know nothing about that. Do you know, or have you done any research about if Carmel or Santa Barbara downtown area have suffered with the multiple cannabis retail dispensaries that they have allowed in and near their downtown areas?
Madam Risto, no, I do not. I'm just taking it from a standpoint from today. I think we can all agree here that Los Gatos does have an incredibly wonderful brand, and families choose to live here and feel safe here and allow their kids to go out and enjoy the community in a relatively safe community. So,
okay. Would anybody, looks like no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Guruwaya. Would anybody else wish to speak to us on an item not on the agenda? I don't see any more hands, so I will close the verbal communications for items not on the agenda and bring us to agenda item number 11, our first public hearing, which is introduction and first reading of an ordinance repealing and replacing Article 3 of Chapter 10 of the Los Gatos Town Code regulating food serviceware by food facilities to align with the new state laws. And I believe that's our town attorney going to take this one.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In 2014, the Town Council adopted a polystyrene foam food serviceware ordinance, creating the town's first foodware service regulations. The ordinance prohibits food providers from using polystyrene foam food serviceware and banning retail sale of foam food serviceware and foam ice chests or coolers. In 2018, the state adopted 1884, requiring single-use plastic straws to only be provided upon the customer requesting it for full-service restaurants. In 2001, the state adopted AB 1276, prohibiting food facilities from providing customers unless requested with certain single-use food serviceware accessories and standard condiment packages for single use. That law also directs the town to authorize an enforcement agency and enforce the provisions by June 1st, 2022. In 2021, the state also adopted AB 1200, which prohibits the sale or distribution of food packaging containing per or polyfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS by January 1st, 2023. In 2021, the town's youth commission began working with the town attorney to develop a single-use disposable foodware ordinance. And on January 25th of this year, the town council adopted as one of its ordinances and policy priorities the adoption of single-use disposable foodware ordinance. I've spent the time working with the youth commission, which is one of the joys I've really enjoyed for this job over the past 8 years. And we've drafted an ordinance provision, which includes, it continues the town's existing foodware ban. It also, though, beginning in January 1st, 2023, food providers may only use non-reusable food services ware that is compostable and third-party certified free of PFAS, with the exception of food serviceware made entirely of aluminum, which is recyclable. Also beginning in January 2023, food providers may not use non-reusable food serviceware accessories such as beverage straws, drink stirrers, and food picks or other accessories. There is an automatic exceptions for providing during an emergency, although food providers will be encouraged to maintain compliance even during emergency situations. There are also temporary exceptions that can be determined through the Public Works Director. There's also a 1-year waiver similar to our original ordinance from the requirements. And again, you go through the Public Works Director to be able to be exempt from it under certain circumstances. The ordinance implementation timeline is consistent with all relevant state laws and designed to give food providers enough time to prepare for the new requirements, including training and outreach, with the town youth commission will help with. Similar to when we adopted our smoking ban, we used the youth commission quite extensively to do that outreach and education. And with that, I know we have members of the youth commission that are willing to testify as to the ordinance. And with that, I'm available also to answer any questions.
All right, council, would anybody wish to ask questions before we go to public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open public comment. Would any members of the public wish to address us? Please raise your virtual hand. We'll start with Cameron Imami.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Hello, Council. My name is Cameron Imami, and I'm a member of the Los Gatos Youth Commission, as well as a chair to the Environmental Subcommittee. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out on this important matter. Over the past few years, members of the Los Gatos Youth Commission Environmental Subcommittee have worked to create an ordinance to outlaw certain damaging plastics in our town. Inspiration for this project was drawn from public comment and increasing action by both our state and county to reduce plastic waste. By eliminating harmful plastics which damage our beloved green spaces, we'd hope to create a more environmentally friendly town. After meeting and working with Town Attorney Rob Schultz, we're proud to say that we have completed a draft we see fit to be proposed to the Town Council. The Youth Commission wholeheartedly supports this initiative, as a large majority of us are in attendance today. I ask that you call on Jack Neumer next to continue this directive.
Are there any questions at this point? I don't see any. So thank you, Mr. Imami, for all your work on this. And let's bring up Jack Neumer next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack Neumer, and I'm also a member of the Los Gatos Youth Commission. Thank you for taking the time to hear our support for this project. This legislation prohibits the use of perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl plastics, also known as PFAS, in disposable foodware in the town of Los Gatos. Not only have PFAS plastics been linked to health problems, but such non-reusable plastics include polystyrene, are not biodegradable and break into small pieces that can harm wildlife that confuse it for food. These plastics are also present in massive quantities in our oceans and waterways, so limiting the town's plastic waste is important to the future of a clean environment. This ordinance will still allow restaurants to use PFAS-free plastic products that are certified by independent third-party companies, an important step we hope will alleviate the concerns of local businesses while still achieving our plans for this project. The steps that this legislation takes are also in accordance with future state plans for environmental friendliness. Thank you for listening to me, Council, and I ask that you call on Sasha Balasingham next to continue this.
All right, I don't see any questions. Thank you, Mr. Neumer, for all your work on this. Let's go with Sasha next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sasha Balasingham, and I am also speaking with the Youth Commission. Thank you for giving us the time to speak tonight. As a part of the youth in Los Gatos, we strongly believe and support in the passing of this ordinance. Helping the environment is something the youth of our town is immensely passionate about. Through our schools, many of us are involved with several forms of environmental and green clubs to help our schools with recycling, composting, and reusing. However, on a larger scale, we want to use our motivation for helping the environment to see a bigger change outside of our school and in our city as well. This ordinance will not only help our environment and the world around us, but give the youth of Los Gatos a chance to show that our ideas are heard and our town fosters an environment to support a cause we believe in. The businesses around our town are such an immense part of our city and culture, and we hope this ordinance can continue to cultivate that environment. This effort is one that many cities across California have implemented, and the progress they have made is spectacular. We want to do our part and help the town of Los Gatos to continue to be the safe, accepting, and environmentally friendly community that we love. Thank you for giving me the time to speak tonight, and I would appreciate if you called on Quincy Scott next.
Thank you, Ms. Balasingham, for all your work. And next up, let's hear from Quincy Scott.
Good evening, Council. As the Vice Chair of the Youth Commission, I think I speak for the entirety of the group when I say that we are all so excited for this ordinance and the positive effect that it will have on the community. Not only are we anticipating positive reactions from everyday consumers who will appreciate the environmental consciousness that we as a town have, but we are pleased to say that we have been additionally working alongside the Chamber of Commerce and have their full support on this ordinance. Coming out of a pandemic which caused many struggles to food and drink establishments, we crafted this keeping possible financial burdens in mind and created an effective yet cost-efficient plan. With planned outreach starting at our Spring into Green event, we're hoping for a smooth transition, and we are so excited to see the positive impact our town will make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for all your work on this ordinance. I don't see any Questions from council? Is there anybody else who wishes to address us on this item? I don't see any more hands coming up. So I want to thank all the youth commissioners for their hard work and for speaking tonight. And I will come back to council, closing the public comment on this item, come back to council for more questions of staff or a motion. And Vice Mayor Risto.
First of all, I want to commend our town attorney, Rob Schultz, and the Youth Commission for this forward thinking and really, pushing for something that's difficult. When people think about the convenience of disposables, it's hard to imagine, how did we ever survive before we had them? And every time I bring home takeout, I'm just so dismayed at all of these containers that I don't need and don't want. And I have a friend who lives in Sunnyvale who actually, he and his wife are very close to zero waste. So he gives courses on how to be zero waste. And when he talks about how he has almost no trash on an annual basis, and people ask how, he said, well, for starters, I don't buy trash. And so when you think about all the packaging and all the unnecessary things that come with something else that you buy, I don't want to buy trash. So now that we can recycle cardboard or other food products and we have compostable options, I think this will be a boost for our businesses. It's helping us catch up with state laws. And I love that our youth is leading. It's their future. This is their town. This is their planet. And this is going in the right direction. It would be awesome if we could ultimately get to a point where all of the businesses have totally reusable containers where you just pay a deposit. And then when you bring your food home, then you bring it another time and it just keeps getting reused. But I think this is totally going in the right direction and I just couldn't be more pleased. And I appreciate their hard work.
Councilmember Badami.
I believe the hard work deserves a motion. So I'm going to go ahead and make one, unless anybody else would like to comment, or maybe they'll comment after I make the motion. But I move for the introduction and first reading of an ordinance, attachment 2, by title only, repealing and replacing Article 3 of Chapter 10 of the Los Gatos Town Code regulating food serviceware.
Thank you for that motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
And I will enthusiastically second the motion.
All right, thank you. And thank you to all who worked on this again. I also get frustrated sometimes with you just can't get away from, buying the garbage. So it would be very helpful to not have it packaged already for us. I was thinking, well, should I show up with my own dish? So that kind of thing, to not get the garbage, but then I'm sure I get funny looks. So anyway, we have a motion, a second. Anybody else wish to comment? I don't see anything, so I'll go ahead and call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye, and I would add a comment about how terrific it is to see the young folks in our community working with our local government on something important like this. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Saya.
Aye, and just also double down on all the positive comments and gratitude to Town Attorney Schultz and our Youth Commission. And possibly perhaps we can have the Youth Commission host a seminar on how to be zero waste. I think that'd be a great next first step.
That's a great idea. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously. If I could ask the clerk to read the ordinance by title only, please.
Thank you. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos repealing and replacing Article 3 of Chapter 10 of the Los Gatos Town Code related to food serviceware.
All right, thank you. So I'll close item number 11 and we will move on to item number 12, which is to approve the employment agreement between the Town of Los Gatos and Gabrielle Whelan for the appointment to town attorney and authorize me, the mayor, to execute the agreement.
Thank you, Mayor. Per state law, this item needs to be considered during your regular session as a non-consent item, so that way you can consider all elements. It's my honor to Welcome our new town attorney and her contract with the town of Los Gatos. Ms. Whalen has over 25 years of legal experience. She brings a lot to Los Gatos, and we're very excited to have her join our team. Most recently, since 2008, she's been working as assistant city attorney for the city of San Mateo. And before you is her employment agreement with compensation noted. Many of the provisions of the contract are identical to what's in the town manager contract. And with that, staff recommends that council approve the employment agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, town manager. And I'll just let the public know that this kind of development of the contract has occurred in closed session, so you can be assured that your council members have thought thoroughly about this item and may not ask too many questions tonight, but they are free to comment and ask questions. I just wanted to let the public know that we have been discussing this and thinking about the contract. And Councilmember Hudes, I saw your hand up. I think you're still muted.
I'll wait till after public comment. Thanks.
Okay, so I will go ahead and open this up to public comment and see if anybody wishes to comment on this item 12. I don't see any hands, so I will go ahead and close public comment and go back to Councilmember Hudes.
I move to approve the employment agreement and to welcome Ms. Whalen, and with a comment that we are very lucky to have Ms. Whalen join us.
Councilmember Sayak.
I'll second the motion and also equally welcome enthusiastically Ms. Whalen as our next town attorney, and also give gratitude again to Town Attorney Schultz for his many years of service to the town. Don't stay far and come visit us as a resident.
All right, and any other comments? We are all actually looking forward to Mrs. Whalen, and we're very excited to have her coming. We think she's going to be perfect for the town. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to express my strong gratitude to Town Attorney Rob Schultz, not only for his many years of service, but for staying on until we were able to find a suitable replacement. And I really welcome Gabrielle Whalen to our community and to what is a very strong and wonderful team of town employees. And I really look forward to working with you. And I know the people of Los Gatos are going to be thrilled. So thank you.
Okay, I believe I have a motion and a second, so I will go ahead and call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye, with a ditto on everything that's been said regarding Rob Schultz and Gabrielle Whalen.
And the mayor votes aye, and also thanks the town attorney for all his years of service. And I'm sorry to see you go, but enjoy retirement and don't travel too much or we'll get jealous. All right, so that passes unanimously, which brings us to item number 13, which is going to be to introduce an ordinance approving military equipment funding, acquisition and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481.
Can you hear me?
Yes, great, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for having me tonight to discuss this Assembly bill. Shelley, can we get the PowerPoint going? Next slide, please. I would like to ask the Council to approve and adopt the ordinance for military funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. Assembly Bill 481 and the new obligation imposed by law enforcement agencies in regard to acquisition and use of military equipment was signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 30th of last year. If a law enforcement agency has what the legislator has defined as military equipment on before January 1st of 2022, then the agency must obtain approval from its governing body by May 1st of 2022 in order to continue its use of the equipment. The purpose of the passage of Assembly Bill 481 is to address concerns surrounding militarization of law enforcement. The goal of the bill is to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight in equipment used by police in local communities. The legislature support that citizens have the right to know and the right to decide whether and how military equipment is used in their communities. Assembly Bill 481 facilitates public participation by requiring the governing body of an agency to approve the use of military equipment after a public input and education opportunity has been provided. This approval is required in the form of an ordinance that adopts openly released military equipment use policy, which the police department draft policy is on our website currently. The policy is required to address specific topics that include the type, capabilities, use, description of the equipment and the purpose, quantity, the fiscal impact acquisition process, training required to use the equipment, procedures to receive public complaints, and the legal procedures, rules that govern its use. Next slide, please. Assembly Bill 481 requires an annual report on any use of the equipment, including complaints received or internal audits. Also, each law enforcement agency has an annual review of the military equipment policy and determine if the agency has complied with the policy and that the policy should be modified. Tonight, we will also cover what constitutes military equipment, the term military equipment, defined by legislators and broken down into defining categories that we'll discuss tonight. Specific attention to the categories include equipment that we have in our police inventory. We hope that this may assist to alleviate concerns surrounding the term military equipment. And finally, none of the equipment within the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department inventory was obtained from the military. Next slide, please. Why do we need this equipment? We have several goals, and we expect this equipment to positively influence outcomes while making it safer for the involved parties, surrounding community, and the police. We use these tools to decrease civilian injury and increase the ability to protect civil rights, civil liberties of people subject to arrest but are non-compliant. In most cases, these tools decrease the likelihood of force application and improving chances of safe, peaceful resolution. De-escalation is a term we all heard in law enforcement. We want safe and peaceful resolution for all involved parties, the public, and the officers involved. In order to de-escalate, officers must, in any incident, determine first the person's actions. What is the involved subject doing? What are their capabilities? Are they armed? Do they have access to improvised weapons? And what are their intentions? Those are the three things we look at: actions, capabilities, and intentions. The tools that we use or we're going to talk about tonight help us in every one of those categories. They help us contain actions, mitigate capabilities, and help us influence intentions. How do they do that? Three factors that influence us in making sound decisions, and that's time, distance, and cover. Having time to make a decision allow us to weigh options, discuss contingencies, and generally have a better chance of success. Distance from a problem changes calculations. It makes you safer when dealing with problems. Cover protects you from threats, and the urgency of an incident revolves around the risk factors that are involved. Containing actions, mitigating capabilities, influence intention that helped us move to our goal of an incident that is resolved safely, peacefully, of all involved parties, public, and officers involved. Next slide, please. This slide shows a few critical incidents in Santa Clara County. In law enforcement, we strive to learn from all critical incidents and are constantly trying to improve. We need to have a solution for these type of events should they arise in our town. We need real and practical and reasonable options to influence and resolve events when necessary. As police, we try to solve these problems for public safety. We handle a lot of these critical incidents without the use of the equipment designated in Assembly Bill 481. But when the need arises for specialty police equipment, we need to have it. Please understand that we resolve all problems and most calls for service without the use of any equipment that we will discuss tonight. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 15 categories of the military equipment in Assembly Bill 481. At its core, Assembly Bill is about three things. What equipment do we have? How much does it cost? And what do we use it for? The legislator has defined 15 items in this bill as military equipment. We at the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department have 4 items on this list, which are highlighted in yellow. Next slide, please. This slide shows the equipment inventory that we currently have. The great thing about this bill is it helps clear up the misconceptions and be transparent about the equipment owned by our police department. The list of equipment owned by the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department is listed here, and we have a more comprehensive list posted on the town website along with the department policy use. I'm gonna go over each category so I can kind of give a brief description of each item. Category 1 is the robot and unmanned aircraft, the drone. Both of these items are commercially available pieces of equipment that anyone can purchase online. I spoke earlier about time, distance, and cover. These pieces of equipment allow us to confirm or deny information while being a good distance away from a problem. These items let us know what other equipment or personnel is needed for a situation. Both of these items are currently used by our crisis response unit in crisis situation. Category 10 is rifle and ammunition. These are precision weapons that are used to address a threat with more precision at a greater distance than a handgun. We have seen case after case nationally which demonstrate a need for police officers to have this capability. A couple examples are the North Hollywood shootout, where officers were outgunned and had to borrow rifles from a store, and also the Las Vegas Music Festival shooting. There are more examples of the old saying that it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. In law enforcement, we are accountable for every round fired from a weapon. We need precision tools to give us the best chance of success. Category 12 is our noise flash diversion device and tear gas. These tools are used to gain a tactical advantage by our officers. Our NFDDs are appropriately named. They emit a loud noise and a bright, brilliant light. They're used only by our crisis response unit members, and they're certified for their use every year and trained with them frequently. Potential use for these are hostage situations, barricades, high-risk warrant service, and other high-risk situations where they will enhance officer safety. Our chemical agent, tear gas, and OC pepper agents are used to limit the escalation of force. They offer us what we call an area of denial, or more clearly separating the subject from a difficult area. Tear gas is successful in barricaded situations in a home or vehicle that help us gain compliance without any additional force being used. And the last category is category 14, 40 millimeter less lethal platform. The 40 millimeter launcher, it uses an impact sponge round, and the greatest advantage of this tool is to give us a maximum distance when engaging a subject. For example, our tasers have a maximum effective range of about 15 to 20 feet. The maximum range of a 40 millimeter impact sponge round is 50 to 75 feet. Having 3 times the amount of separation is extremely important, provides us the opportunity to have more time at a greater distance behind cover to work to de-escalate the situation. Next slide, please. How is this equipment funded? All the equipment funded on this list comes from the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department operating budget, local, state, and federal grants, and we have not sought or received any Department of Defense equipment that qualifies under Assembly Bill 481. Next slide. How does this affect our community? With the town approval of this ordinance, we will continue to have access to each of the resources currently available. In addition, the corresponding policies and procedures will remain in effect. Without the town approval, we will cease the use of this equipment designated by Assembly Bill 481 on April 30th this year. And we were required to redesign our policies, procedures, and operations for critical incident response. This includes our ability to provide and receive mutual aid. Public safety will be negatively impacted. Next slide, please. Community engagement activities. On March 10th of this year, we posted our policy and the full text of AB 481 on our website. Our 481 military equipment list is currently on the website along with the draft of our policy 704. On March 29th, we had a virtual community meeting, invited the community to engage us and ask questions about this assembly bill. And tonight we're presenting this to the town council, hopefully to approve the ordinance. The staff report was made available for public notice on March 31st. Next slide, please. In closing, I would like to say that Assembly Bill 41 is no way an avenue to weaponize our police department with military armament, but to provide oversight and transparency to what equipment we currently own and use in this department. The best weapon we have at our police department is our well-trained officers' ability to communicate and de-escalate critical incidents. That concludes my staff report presentation, and the staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Captain Moya. We have a question at this time. Councilmember Sayak.
Thank you, Captain, for the presentation. I definitely learned a lot. I just wanted to ask a question. You had made a notation that we do not take equipment from the Department of Defense. And just curious, is there significance to why that was put in there? And is that also a requirement of AB 481 to state that?
No, it's not a requirement to state that. I just wanted to make note, because when people hear military equipment, they think automatically we get equipment from the military, but that's not required by Assembly Bill 41.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands up, so let me go to the public for now and see if anybody in the public wishes to address us on this item. I don't see any hands coming up. So I will go ahead and close public comment for item number 13 and come back to council. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Captain Moye. I appreciate the presentation. I did attend the public community meeting on the 29th. There was no way to tell how many people were on it or who was there, but looking at the chat, I could give my own observations, but if you could just, because nobody's speaking here, could you just enumerate the types of comments or answers that came up at that public meeting? Because I felt like the presentation is very good and it was very educational, and I did not hear any objections or concerns.
People were curious about if we were gaining any new equipment, and it was a lot of support, a lot of supportive questions, and people wanting to see demos of the drone and the robot, stuff like that. So those are the only questions.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, given that, may I make a motion?
Please do.
Okay, well then I move that we introduce the ordinance to approve and adopt military equipment use policy, including the Los Gatos Police Department's policy 704.
Councilmember Badami.
So I'm going to second that with the comment that public safety is a high priority of mine and the town. Happy to second it.
Thank you. And I would add that public safety is a high priority, but also the safety of our officers, and the equipment that we do have helps keep our officers safe, and it gives them the tools to not have to use the excess force on, in an incident. So it effectively keeps the rest of the public safe, even those that may be considered a perpetrator at the time. So of course, I will support the motion. Would anybody else wish to comment at this time? Don't see any, so I'll go ahead and call the question then. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. It passes unanimously. So thank you again, Captain Moya. It was a very good presentation that made very clear what we had and what the purposes was. So again, excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Go.
All right, so I will close item number 13 and go to item.
Mayor.
Oh, do we need to read it? This is an ordinance? Yes, okay. So if we could have a reading of the by title only, please.
Thank you. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, State of California, adding Article 3 to Chapter 21 to the Town Code governing the use of military equipment by the Police Department.
Great, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. And we will now go to item number 14, which we're going to discuss and give direction regarding fiscal analysis of our draft 2040 general plan.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. This item is on the agenda due to a request that was made at the strategic priorities session in January of this year to further consider whether or not additional fiscal analysis for the draft 2040 general plan is appropriate. Town staff asked Applied Development Economics to prepare a memo describing different fiscal analysis options for general plan updates. They provided that memo, which also included a summary of the fiscal analysis that's already been completed for the draft general plan. This item tonight provides the council an opportunity to review that information, ask questions of staff, and determine ultimately whether or not additional fiscal analysis is appropriate. Staff looks forward to the council's discussion, and we're available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Not seeing any hands yet. I will start with public comment. Would any member of the public wish to address us? Phil Keown. You may unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the importance of doing fiscal impact analysis. As of today, the town has not analyzed the cumulative 20-year fiscal impact of growth on the general fund and capital expenditures required to support this growth. The fiscal analysis in the land use alternatives report showed a one-year fiscal impact for 4 different growth forecasts, each having a different mix of single-family and multifamily units. It should also be pointed out that the highest growth alternative was 15% below the population forecasted in the 2040 general plan. While interesting analysis, it did not answer the fundamental question as to the fiscal impact of the population growth on the 2040 general plan. To refresh your memory, the 2040 general plan is projecting the town's population to increase 30% over the next 20 years from 2018 levels. Over the past 10 years, the town's population has remained essentially flat. A 30% increase in population is a material departure from historical growth rates. With growth comes increased revenues and costs and capital expenditures. The town is sailing into waters we have never seen. The fiscal impact analysis is a widely accepted tool to assess whether the specific growth assumed in the general plan will strain government services or generate net revenues that allow the town to maintain service levels and invest in critical infrastructure. Today, no one knows whether the general plan is fiscally stable and therefore responsible. Let me close with 2 points. First, one of the guiding principles listed in the general plan is fiscal stability and responsibility. How do the residents know if the 2040 general plan is fiscally stable and responsible if the town has not studied the financial impact of growing the town's population by 30%? Secondly, based on my own analysis, using the information the town has provided in the 5-year forecast, the land use alternatives report, and the draft 2040 general plan, and assuming no new revenue sources, it's more likely than not the town will fully deplete its entire general fund balance over the 20-year planning period. I'm sharing this not to be provocative, but to give you my best sense as the potential financial impact of the growth in the 2040 general plan. I'm also hoping I'm wrong, but until the town studies the financial impact, no one will know. Everyone is guessing. Let's be prudent and find out. Please complete a fiscal impact analysis before making any decisions on the 2040 general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keown. One question from Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you, Mr. Keown. You referenced that your analysis shows that the general fund would be depleted over this period. Could you maybe be a little more specific about the operating fund, the operating budget, and the specifically a structural deficit that may be occurring now and over the next 5 years? About how much is that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So to answer your question, I'm going to lever off of the last 5-year forecast that the town just recently submitted. And what we saw there was that every year for the next 5 years, the town ran a deficit of $2 million. That was based upon as an assumption that salary expense, total salary expense, only increased 2% per year. We know that salaries are going up anywhere from 5 to 8% per year. And historically, over the last 5 years, the town has experienced something close to 6.8% growth in total salary expense. So once you adjust for that, over the 5-year period, the cumulative net loss to the town, it would exceed the entire general fund balance that we have today, which is about 24 million. So just from the 5-year forecast that's been presented to us, if nothing else were to change, our general fund balance would be fully depleted. Now we want to add on top, by the way, I want to point out that that forecast is based upon essentially no population growth. So now we want to layer on top of that over the next 20 years, a 30% population growth. And we know from the land use alternative report that the highest growth forecast that was presented, which was still below the forecasted in the 2040 general plan, also showed a negative impact. So once you add up that over a 20-year period in conjunction with the 5-year forecast, it is more than likely that the total general fund would be depleted. And again, I want to make very clear, doing a fiscal impact analysis is very standard process for towns and jurisdictions that are going through a general plan update, particularly when you have a high change occurring, such as high growth rates in population. If your population is basically flat, perhaps then maybe you wouldn't need to do that type of analysis. But given the 30% growth rate that's embedded in the 2040 general plan, it just seems to be prudent to me for us to really understand what that impact is. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keown. I don't see any other hands up. Is there any other speakers who wish to address us? Jack Veneta.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Honorable Mayor and council members, good evening. Thank you for all the time and effort that you're putting into our town. 1 year ago, the town created a 5-year forecast that showed a loss of $4.3 million while providing no pay increases to employees for those 5 years. Subsequently, another forecast was made with a 2% salary increase to show the effect that would have on our bottom line. This forecast increased the loss from $4.3 million to $10.4 million. However, even that forecast is significantly low as salaries actually grew at a 6.9% rate over the last 5 years. Should the town continue the way it has for the next 5 years, there is a distinct chance we won't have enough money to pay a street sweeper by 2027. We have capital requirements in excess of 70 million, ADA improvements exceeding 24 million, and pension and health benefits at 71 million. Those three numbers total $165 million of long-term liabilities. The general plan is calling for an increase of 30% of the population in the next 20 years. If salaries were to continue at the same rate and we don't find a new source of revenue, the general fund balance will be dwindling at a rate of about $5 million per year until nothing is left by 2027. Even if you cut back salary increases to 2%, we will be losing money at a rate of $2 million a year. In 2019, inflation was 1.8% when the consultant's point-in-time study was conducted. Today, it's 4 times that at 7.87%, and we know the Fed is going to be aggressively trying to reduce the inflation rate. So things are going to be tightening up. We do not have much of a margin for error. This is not a time to lick your finger to try to figure out the direction of the wind. This town needs a robust fiscal impact analysis to plot our course. Hope is not a strategy. The town must have a plan for 2,300 units that have a reasonable chance of being built. If they have a reasonable chance of being built, we need to have a reasonable chance of having the money to expand the infrastructure and personnel to make it happen. Plus, we have to keep our town running. A fiscal impact analysis is critical and as much a part of a financial roadmap as an EIR is to assuring that we are not impacting our environment unnecessarily. And one last thing, based on our public survey, over 80% of the population have expressed their support of conducting a fiscal impact analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Naden. I don't see any hands up for questions. Would any other members of the public wish to speak to us on this item? Not seeing any, I'll close public comment and come back to council for questions and motions and discussions. Councilmember Sayak.
Thank you. I do have two questions of staff. I know, thank you for the speakers for presenting the information. And I know that this council has repeatedly had these discussions about just the 5-year forecast based on the current assumptions that we have in front of it. And so, Town Manager Pravetti, I know we've asked our Finance Commission and staff to look at what are possible options to generate revenue and decrease costs based on the current known quantities that we have in front of us for the next 5 years. And so could you just provide an update on that and share how that feeds into the 5-year forecast that is already underway as we prepare our budget?
Thank you for the question. In February, we produced a preliminary 5-year forecast based on the data that we had available at that time. And it did include the assumptions that the council asked us to include, including a 2% salary increase for every year of the forecast. As noted, the forecast does show deficits throughout the forecast period. And council has also identified as one of its strategic priorities to look at revenue enhancements. So we have 2 projects underway in that regard currently. One, per council direction, is to explore the possibility of taxing cannabis businesses should they be allowed in the town of Los Gatos. And the second is to explore possibly modifying our business license tax structure to enhance revenues. We fully appreciate that given the constraints of local government, Prop 13, and other propositions, that we will need to continue to look for new revenue sources in order to maintain the high level of services and the quality workforce that we currently enjoy here in the town of Los Gatos. We expect additional conversations with the Finance Commission and Town Council regarding potential additional revenue measures in 2024 to address these particular needs. We've also completed a community survey, a scientific survey, and the results are just now being compiled. So we understand where the community's priorities are in the event any cuts are necessary. And in addition, we ask questions about if we were to increase revenues, in what areas, service areas, would residents have priority attention? We look forward to sharing those results with the council and the public sometime soon, potentially as part of the budget discussion, so you have that information. Cost cutting is a continuous improvement activity for all town departments. We are currently putting together our budget for 22-23. It will be made publicly available on April 18th. You will see that it is a status quo budget. There are very few adds to the budget. Staff has been very thoughtful about containing costs, looking for efficiencies to reduce costs and expenditures. And this is a process we go through all the time, because really we want to make sure we're using taxpayer dollars the most efficiently as possible. So this is work that's continuing. We continue to work with the Finance Commission. They do have an item in their work plan, most likely in the summer, to look at expenditure, additional ways to control expenditures. At the moment, as I say, we need to focus on the budget, so that way we can have something for council consideration in May. But that is also on their work plan. So this is an ongoing discussion. And let me just say that really our budget process, the 5-year forecast, as well as the work that's been completed to date on the general plan, essentially is a fiscal impact analysis. Every year, our council is making strategic decisions for the betterment of our community in light of our constrained finances. And they do that very thoughtfully and deliberately. And in the staff report, you will see that staff is recommending a 5-year analysis for our general plan to essentially allow for course corrections. If development is happening at a pace that is faster than we anticipated, that is faster than we can address, then council may want to make land use changes to the general plan in order to make sure that that growth can keep pace with our budget. So we have a lot of existing mechanisms to address fiscal issues throughout the implementation of any general plan. And with that, I'll offer the rest of my team, either Director Paulson or Assistant Town Manager, to augment in any areas that I may have overlooked. Thank you.
Looks like you didn't overlook any areas, so let me go to Councilmember Hudis's question.
Thank you. And I don't view this fiscal impact analysis as in any way criticizing the management of finances in the town. And I think really our focus needs to be on the general plan that the fiscal impact analysis is meant to address. And so while I agree that we do some kind of an impact analysis or fiscal analysis every year, is it true that that 5-year forecast does not include the kind of population growth that's anticipated in the general plan?
Again, we're looking at different time horizons. The general plan, it looks forward to the year 2040, and you have the results of the consultant analysis when it considered the different alternatives and the challenge of what we would see in terms of an annual impact to the town. Within our 5-year forecast, we do estimate development activity based on applications in the pipeline, applications underway, amount of building permit activity. So the forecast does anticipate growth. What's different is that with the general plan, it's really a longer term plan. And for that reason, a different type of fiscal analysis is done. And that's what you have contained in your staff report tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So my concern, and I was the one that raised this issue, it continues to be unpredictable growth, budget constraints, and the number of units proposed in the draft 2040 general plan. We don't know what the outcome is going to be with any final numbers. There's a lot of uncharted territory going forward, and we need to be fiscally prudent. So my question to staff is, we're given attachment number 1 with different options for further fiscal study. Would it be possible for us to give, if the council's will, to recommend this to go to the Finance Commission to have them weigh in if any of these options make sense? And what they would recommend, if any?
Thank you for the question. I'll start. I think, we're happy to bring any matter that the council wishes to our Finance Commission for consideration. The members of the public have raised the need for a fiscal impact study directly with the Finance Commission. And the commission has repeatedly said that they believe this is the purview of the council. This is really a policy decision. So while we're happy to bring it back, I'm not sure if they would have a preference or a recommendation for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Saya.
Actually, thank you, Councilmember for Badami, for putting that idea forward. A couple questions in terms of process, because whether it's the Finance Commission as a whole or individual representatives on there, I think that is a great idea to maybe reach out to them to see what their thoughts are on the different options. But one of the things, so the first question is process, right? We have a general plan underway. We also have the housing element underway. So my specific question to staff is, understanding the different dynamics of development and what costs more in the long run, is it possible to narrow the question so that we ask whether it's a fiscal analysis or an economist to answer the question of what is the right mix of commercial versus residential to build, so that we can have some land uses that aren't necessarily an economic drain as residential uses would be. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I think the fiscal issues associated with land use, it's a really important question, and one that really is something that we probably should have explored a lot earlier at this level of detail when we were still considering the alternatives. At this point in our process, we've got a preferred alternative. We've had a task force of residents and others comment on it, and now it's heading towards the public hearing phase. I think what the analysis in tonight's staff report points to is that housing generally, and this is a very big generalization, that under a certain price point, housing does not pay for the services. Over that price point, it does pay, but under that price point, it does not pay. So as you consider the general plan, staff believes that you have the data that you need to make the policy decisions. Your planning commission will be making a recommendation to you, and you'll be hearing even more public testimony. But as you think about these fiscal issues, you might want to ask yourself, do you want to endorse some of the recommendations that came from the General Plan Committee? They worked very, very hard, but they really did provide a very wide menu of choices, including allowing mixed use in some non-residential areas, such as light industrial areas. And maybe as we have more attention to fiscal matters, the council might want to say, I think it's time that we protect those non-residential uses from residential. So that way we can ensure that we have a tax base to support all the services that our residents need. So I think you have the information to make those kinds of choices without having to do additional fiscal impact studies.
May I do a follow-up then? So I think what might be helpful then, because as we go through these, and maybe this is a question, it's a rhetorical question that I want the mayor and town manager then to give some thought to as we head into those hearings. There's different ways to look at the general plan as we approach it, right? There's a fiscal analysis, there's an economic analysis, fiscal, environmental, social impact, social justice issue. And so if I could just ask the both of you to think about how you intend to go into these hearings, because at the end of the day, there will be competing interests. And I just want our public to understand that. How do we frame the discussion so that we acknowledge the different interests, but move towards a decision that somehow gets us to a decision that minimizes the damage or minimizes the risk, but gets us to what our shared goals are. And I mean, you guys have the hard job of figuring out how to produce that meeting.
Well, Evan Lowe and Mark Berman just used pillows, so. Let me go to Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Reading this, first of all, having sat on the General Plan Advisory Committee, we were just looking at a variety of ways to produce housing when we were thinking about that. Now we've got the fiscal impact analysis. I think, the Planning Commission will have access to this information, the council will. We can look at what the different alternatives of housing are and where the impact is, but we can also, I think, to the point that you were bringing up, Councilmember Sayak, think about where the impacts are. Maybe we don't want to do mixed use and light industrial. Maybe that is something we want to make sure we preserve. And so as we're looking at this, there's a bunch of options. So I hope those kind of trade-offs can be in the staff reports. But when I look at this fiscal, wake up iPad. When I look at, the report, one of the comments, where it talks about where between alternative C and alternative D, we know that we hit a point where the housing that number of housing would likely cost us more in services than it would bring in income. And there's a lot of assumptions. We don't know what Prop 13 and people moving around now that can take their property value 3 times with them will do. There's a lot of unknowns, but I think we kind of know where a tipping point might be. And, in the report, it says a more detailed analysis will not change this basic conclusion. And so as I looked at the different options, one of the concerns I have, besides the dollar amount of what it would take to do more analysis, is it doesn't take into account what is our staff investment in there. So I'm assuming that if we went forward with any of those other options, and I'm not inclined to, because I'm not seeing that I'm going to get more information that'll help make a decision. But if we did, is there more cost than the dollar amount outlined by the consultants? And, can you give me not a dollar estimate, but what are the other costs in terms of employee, our staff time and town costs and time costs?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I can't give you a cost. Obviously, we would be taking direction from the council, and if that's to do additional analysis based on one of these options that's presented, then we would have the consultant go off and do that work. Obviously, we review the draft and then provide comments if necessary to them, and then they produce the final document, and we bring that forward. That's typical of any consultant document that we have, so I don't think it's going to be, frankly, a wildly exorbitant cost, but it is a staff resource from a time perspective. And I'm not sure if Ms. Pavetti has additional.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
So let me jump in with a question at this point. That's a good follow on to that. I'm kind of interested actually in option number 2, and part of what intrigues me is the bullet that talks about more detailed discussion with town departments about the existing capacity to absorb growth in the short term before additional staff or facilities are needed to support continuing growth. That seems like something staff probably wants to do anyway. And it would obviously be, as Vice Mayor Risto was asking about, it would be work beyond what Mr. Polson just said, I think, because each department would now be participating in that. But really my question is, isn't that something that maybe staff would want to be doing anyway to be forecasting for the future? And we would effectively have a consultant helping them do it, or tell me I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't tell you you're wrong. I'll try not to tell any of you you're wrong. Obviously, we're here to hear what the decision of the council is. If that's the direction they want to go, we can go down that path. Frankly, our interim measure, as Ms. Pavetti mentioned, is obviously we go through an annual budget. The CIP changes every 5 years. Any development that comes forward has to pay their fair share of public improvements for their development pursuant to town guidelines and regulations. And then we also are We were initially looking at just including an update every 5 years of the land use element. And we think given the interest in this, obviously not just from the council, but from the public, that we also look at that point, let's say 5 years out. I know people are talking about 2027. 5 years out, we've had X number of units built. We're probably nowhere near that tipping point Vice Mayor mentioned between C and D. Obviously, our current general plan in draft form is additional units. As has been said many times, there's going to be opportunities for both the Planning Commission and the council to modify some of those assumptions. So that unit number may come down closer to D, but even D, as has been mentioned, is negative. So if that's something the council is interested in us doing, which would essentially be option 1 and option 2 for the total of 10,200, because we would need that additional background work done by the consultant, then we can do that. We can work with the consultant. We will have to get other departments involved to update those assumptions as are mentioned in option 1 and option 2. But ultimately, for the general plan, we think there's enough triggers that can be built in so that additional analysis may not be necessary at this point. But if the council is interested in that, then that's something we'll pursue. And I'll defer to Town Manager Prevetti.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that staff constantly have conversations about growth. When we build our budgets and when we do the 5-year forecast, we consider, are we looking at big annexations? Are we looking at more development such as North 40? In the last couple of years, we have annexed more territory. We are underway with phase 1 of North 40. So we are actually having conversations about when are we going to need to add a police officer? What are some cost-effective ways to make sure that we can provide the services for the current increase in population and do it in a way that is fiscally sound? So these are conversations we're having all of the time. And once a new general plan is approved, then we expect that we will have development interest. But whether or not applications are actually filed, go through the process, get approved, and then go to building permit is a whole nother question. So as things move through the pipeline, we will continuously have those conversations. And we expect that we will be bringing council along the way because there will be some trade-off decisions or service level decisions that council may need to make, as well as revenue and cost-cutting decisions. So these are issues that happen all the time because growth and change is part of being in local government. So it's not just unique to having a long-term plan.
And I can say I believe you because I've heard both present and past police chief talk about exactly that, wanting more another 1 or 2 officers for I think even just the North 40 growth before any other growth is considered, and I think also considering the other growth. I did have sort of a second part question. The staff report talks about the tipping point between option C and D, but the town manager mentioned a price point of units, which actually I don't see in the report anywhere. But it does bring up an interesting question that the decision makers might want to understand when we're trying to talk about, we want a certain amount of affordability in our units so that we can have a diverse community, but we need also a certain number of maybe more luxury units in order for the town to provide the services to the new people in the more affordable units. So that does say maybe we should be thinking about the ratio based on finances also, but I don't see anything that gives us any guidance on that. Is that in any of the options here, or how would we get a little more information on that?
Yeah, so typically, and I'll start, and sorry, Director Paulson will add on. Typically, there is an assumption about a price point made for a fiscal study. We don't typically build in affordable units versus market rate units. We have to plan for the affordable regardless because it's part of our housing element requirement. And perhaps Director Paulson can remind us of what the consultant had said was that that threshold price point.
Thank you, Town Manager. I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe the number was $825,000 is the break even. So we have some fortune that most of the market rate units for sure that are going to be built in town will be well in excess of that, which will hopefully bridge that gap. But what goes into those assumptions when, whether it's ADE or BAE or any of the other economic groups do these, they do have to build in assumptions for various scenarios. So I just don't know what factor gets built in for affordable, as Ms. Prevetti mentioned. But we do have somewhat of a luxury, but again, that's something that we can dive deeper into if that's something the council is interested in, and or provide the exact methodology as it relates to that.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. I will move on to questions by Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I am a little surprised about resistance to doing some of this analysis. To be frank, while we have planned for growth every year, this particular general plan draft calls for 30% growth in population. I don't believe we've ever planned for anything like that. In fact, population in Los Gatos has been essentially flat. So I've been asked by residents many, many times about if we're going to plan for all this housing, how are we going to provide the infrastructure for it? The water, the sewage systems, and the ability for people to move around town. That's capital investment. I believe that the alternatives analysis did not look at capital, and I believe that that is addressed in option 4, well, the second option 3 that's in the letter. There seem to be 2 option 3s, but the second one that's where the look at capital and infrastructure costs would be addressed. Is that right?
Yes, that in that option, and thank you, that should be option 4. That is something that could be done in addition. So ultimately, again, I'll state, I don't look at it as resistance. From my standpoint, I'm not sure it's necessary at this point, but if that's something the council ultimately is interested in, then we'll go down whichever path the council is interested in.
I did have some other questions about the 2019 study that's been provided, and I believe with the thought that this is the fiscal analysis that's been done, but isn't it true that analysis was for a lower base number of units? Even option D, I think, is about 23% lower than what's in the draft general plan. And also the mix of units that results in multifamily is different. And this mix is very important because I'm very concerned about us doing an analysis where the mix is at least close to the reality of what's being proposed in the draft general plan. I mean, the mix between single family and multifamily. I think we could assume that all the additional affordable units will be multifamily. Is that right?
We can definitely assume anything. If the product type is multifamily in a mixed use development, for instance, then yes, those would be the affordable units, which is the predominant, expansion from a development perspective the general plan contemplates. So that I think that's a fair statement.
So what I want to point out is that 2019 analysis identified 464 below market, which is about 15%. Our current RENA allocation, if you look at the very low or low in there, that's 847, and that's on the base of a much smaller number than what's included in the draft general plan. So it seems as though that mix in that 2019 analysis is not even close. I think, I did some calculations and it looked like the multifamily would probably be at least another 1,207 units. So the mix would shift greatly. And so, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I think the mix makes a big difference. I was looking at the analysis of option D, which is on page 52 of the report. And here it shows that single family units contribute 300,000 on average in this 1 year, but multifamily actually cost 755,000, which is about an over $1 million swing between those. And so if we were to change that mix to reflect what is being mandated by the state, wouldn't that number be considerably higher than the 34,000 that's listed there?
I don't want to assume that it'll be different. Again, if the council is interested in looking at what's currently in the draft general plan, we have options laid out that applied development economics can perform so that we can get a little bit more of that fine grain information based on what's currently in front of us rather than what was analyzed in the land use alternatives.
I agree. And I think that just illustrates one aspect that we would want to look at in this fiscal analysis, because if you extend that over the number of units that we have, that could be $2 million a year or $40 million over 20 years, which I think is a relevant thing to look at. If the numbers on this page are correct, and if in fact we've been given another mandate from the state that ups the amount of affordable housing from what was looked at in this 2019 analysis. So that's why I was asking the question about whether that's valid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too far out in the weeds. The affordable component, the 15%, our maximum currently is 20, and our starting point's 10. So the reality is we don't have the tools yet, and the state hasn't given us those tools to compel that level of affordability. So, but we can definitely, if that's the will of the council, we can make sure that that methodology and reasoning is submitted.
Okay, thanks. And I'm just pointing that out because I think that's an important part of the analysis. And I think it would be very much within scope of the options that have been there. I just wanted to verify that. I would be willing to make a motion at this point unless the mayor would prefer that I wait.
You can make a motion, yes. Go ahead with a motion.
Okay. So I would move that the scope of the fiscal analysis should be to determine whether the town is projected to accommodate the draft 2040 general plan's assumed level of new growth at the level of service the government currently extends through its operations, staff, and capital infrastructure without raising taxes or other sources of revenue. And to do so, to authorize up to $27,260 to include options 1 through 4 above, to be completed before the Planning Commission completes its consideration of the general plan. And I just wanted to make a comment about that language that I've proposed is taken directly from a high-level fiscal impact analysis example performed by BAE that I provided to staff. This study would stop at a high level and would not and would avoid going into dynamic impact of the plan on the economy, such as how improving the economy or making the town a more desirable place to live would contribute to the town's finances. So it would stop at that level. And so the reasons for doing the fiscal analysis, the draft 2040 general plan includes much greater growth than the previous general plan, 2 to 4 times. And it's apparent that our infrastructure will be tested by that growth. New water, sewer, traffic measures will be required, in addition to mitigation measures that are called for in the EIR. There's a couple of them. Given that we are, but not for ARPA and other one-time grant funding, facing a structural operating deficit of about $2 to $3 million a year, and ranging between 1 to 2 million going forward, according to the town's own finance reports, which could deplete the general fund balance. And that's without anywhere near the growth that's projected in this general plan. And that doesn't include the capital requirements, which we know unfunded capital is 75 million today and will only grow. So, and I think that relying on the 2019 analysis, I don't think that's sufficient for a couple of reasons. One is it analyzed significantly less growth than in what's in the draft general plan. It did not analyze the multifamily mix that we already know is 847 units in just the RENA allocation. And that gap or that change in mix could equate to perhaps as much as 40 million a year over 20 years. But that is something we would learn. And the third reason is that 2019 did not analyze the capital needs for infrastructure that were required for growth. And then just finally, from a common sense perspective, the town has spent millions in developing the general plan, including an item that we saw earlier tonight, 1.1 million on the environmental impact report. It would seem to me that to spend $28,000 to understand the fiscal impact, and for that matter, I'm sure we could all agree that it would be irresponsible to adopt a general plan without understanding whether the town can pay for it. So respectfully, I make the motion to do that fiscal analysis with the scope that I suggested.
So I'm going to ask staff to repeat for us in the short version what exactly the motion is, since you'll have to implement it if we pass it.
Thank you. The motion is that the scope of a fiscal impact analysis should be based on the draft 2040 general plan with the existing level of service provided by the town without raising taxes, that the analysis would include options 1 through 4, that the amount of money to be spent on the study would be no more than $27,260, and that the analysis be complete prior to the Planning Commission completing its general plan consideration.
And let me ask a question for my understanding. So the 2040 general plan to me seems to have options in it. So would this be picking the worst case of all the options then?
We'd be taking what the maximum build out as currently represented in the draft general plan is.
Okay. I'll go to Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I had put my hand up because I also was going to make the motion. But Council Member Udis articulated it, the rationale very brilliantly. So I will second his motion.
Councilmember Sack. You're still muted.
I'm trying to think as I unmute myself. I have more questions of staff. I guess I'm questioning the assumptions going into the fiscal analysis. If we're going to assume that there's no tax increase and the level of service continues for the additional growth, if we already know that just at our current standards, we are already looking at a deficit without increasing revenue and without any growth, it just seems like the answer is going to be in the negative. And so I'm having trouble trying to understand why not spend the time and the effort to look at resources to help us solve our challenges versus continuing to study what I think we all know are going to be additional compounded challenges if we don't change our financial structure now. And so I'm trying to just understand the rationale behind those two assumptions that will be analyzed.
And is that a question for staff or for potentially the maker of the motion if they wish to address it?
Well, I guess let's start with the staff. Yeah, I'll start with staff, because if you could just explain, right? If we know our current fiscal analysis that was provided in the 5-year forecast shows we have a negative trend, and that's if we do no additional tax measures and if we continue with our current level of service. We have that information in front of us, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this would, I think, without studying it, if you add more and you don't provide increased resources, then don't we already know the answer is going to just continue to be a downward trend?
That's the likely result. However, as you build, if you look at the full build out over time, some of those units are going to be market rate, and there will be property tax that comes off of those housing units. So, it is an analysis that can be done. I think the consultant said that, the bottom line is most likely still going to be negative. I think that the real question for council is, to what extent is the additional detail useful to you as you make the policy decision for the general plan? And as we've discussed at study sessions and other forums, we already know we have some members of our community who are very concerned about the number of housing units in the draft general plan, and the council has full discretion to modify that number according to the balancing act of equity, meeting our RENA, social and economic considerations, quality of life, all of the balancing acts that you would be putting yourself, we'd be considering as you consider the draft general plan. Development in Los Gatos does pay it its own way. So if a sewer line is needed or a water line, the developer pays for that. So that's not going to be a new capital outlay. But it sounds from the maker of the motion that there's an interest in understanding, how those assumptions together create a fiscal picture for the draft general plan and that maximum build out that is currently under consideration.
If I could add to the question then, so if we look at if the draft general plan talks about, some of it's already existing, so I don't know if we're supposed to be counting that or not. So somewhere around 3,200 units, if you don't count those that are in the pipeline, 38 if you do count the ones that are in the pipeline. That seems like it's not the worst case analysis unless you're going to be assuming a second RENA cycle with some below market rate units, because we're hearing that market rate pays for itself and helps to actually generate positive revenue. So the worst case analysis would be to just look at our RENA number where 50% of the units are below market rate, and now we have a lot less housing above market rate or market rate units to subsidize the below market rate. The problem, what I'm hearing is the number of below market rate, but the general plan calls for much more than the RENA. So how would you do this analysis of what type of units beyond those 1,100 that are below market rate in our first RENA cycle?
Thank you, Mayor. So we would work with the consultant to find out what type of methodology, if any, exists to make those assumptions. If there's some solid work that's been done in the past with other jurisdictions or even other firms, and we'd come up with a methodology. They would come up with a methodology and we'd review that, and then that would be utilized. You know, the RENA, as you mentioned, is 8 years. This is a 20-year plan. If, you know, again, it's going to be assumptions, because if we get another, in the 7th cycle, if we get a RENA that's similar to what we have now, then obviously even the numbers that we're at currently can't be accommodated. So a lot of that will depend on how much of the 6th cycle units get built. So we might have some pipeline or some other capacity that will be technically left over for that next cycle. But we would be looking to the consultant as the expert to provide us with information on what type of methodology they would be using for that.
And I think there's another piece to it also. You know, would you provide just worst case, or would you provide sort of a more likely case? Because again, if we look at RENA cycle 5, which we're not quite finished with, we built a lot more market rate units of what was required. We have one project and a few scattered ones that are actually below market rate. And again, those are the ones that are costing the town. They're negative. So would we get an analysis of, well, if everything got built per plan, this is the answer. If it got built per what we've seen happening in the past, this would be the answer.
Again, I think when this first came up, we're talking about high level. There's going to be assumptions. This is a long range plan. It's going to be analyzing this long range plan. As I mentioned before, our current below market price inclusionary housing, we can't require developers to build more than 20% affordable units, and that's moderate and low. And that's only when you get over 100 units for a site. So, you know, ultimately there's going to be a pretty big disconnect, which I think, you know, folks who are familiar with the housing element and general plans, and this is not just unique to the town, this is many jurisdictions. So I think it's been said in some other forums that we're going to have to try to come up with some creative solutions, especially as we're going through the housing element, of how we're going to be able to try to come up with strategies to hopefully get more low or very low, extremely low units. But the state hasn't put in place any regulations where we can actually require developers to build to that level. So they're just like the general plan, this fiscal analysis that was done for the land use alternatives. This next fiscal analysis is also going to have a number of assumptions, and those will be laid out in the methodology. And then that's where the decision makers will have to decide whether or not they're comfortable with the information that's there. As was said before, it's probably going to show negative. It's just maybe a little bit more fine-grained than what was illustrated based on the land use alternative, because we're using the actual draft general plan that's currently out for public review.
Yeah, so it worries me whether I'll get useful information out of this or not, because it is going to be based on assumptions that I might not agree with, or I actually might want to see comparison of assumptions, and that doesn't sound like it's part of the plan. So I do have a little bit of worry about what I'm going to get out of this. Looks like I'm going to go back to Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wanted to maybe start by addressing some of the really pertinent questions that Councilmember Sayoc raised about the scope and the limitation of the scope. my thinking on this was to limit it to a high level, and the kind of the methodology that was apparent in a number of reports that I looked at was what I put into my motion, and that's to assume the level of growth that's in the general plan. And there really are not options. There is a recommendation in the general plan. Those could be changed, but that's what's in there. And to compare that to the level of service that government currently extends through both operations and capital, and do that without raising taxes. And that is a pretty standard method for doing this. Now, obviously, since we believe that we are in a situation where there is some negative every year, the question isn't really, is it negative or not? It's how much. And that how much will help us make a decision about how many units and what should the mix of units be when we do adopt the general plan. And I think it would help the Planning Commission in doing that. So as an example, if we looked at the extension of alternative D from 2019, that tells us that it's negative 34,000 a year, which is, 600, 700,000 over a 20-year period. On the other hand, applying the mix that I derived from my back of the envelope, that's $40 million. So there's a big difference there, and understanding the where we're going to fall in that range, this fiscal impact analysis would help us do that. So it isn't binary, do we lose money or not? It's, how does that impact what we will approve ultimately? And that's why particularly municipalities that are facing a lot of growth do include a fiscal impact analysis. And it's just the one that we did on the alternatives has been superseded by a lot of other factors, including a much higher number. And so I would just be pretty simple on the assumptions that it's what's in the draft, and because that number has been selected, and what would it take to provide operations at the level people expect and the capital that would be needed, the infrastructure that would be needed to accomplish that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'm still having trouble understanding, for me, how this type of analysis would help, because there are going to be so many assumptions in there. We can't dictate how many affordable units are going to be built. We can require a certain percentage. We don't know what projects will come forward. I like the idea that, we review the general plan every 5 years, because we'll see what's in the pipeline, what's actually getting built, and how it's getting built. And I mean, one of the things that sticks in my head is that in the last housing element cycle, we identified the North 40 at 20 units an acre. And at that point, HCD had told us that was sufficient to plan for affordable housing. And we know that what that actually produced was 50 below market units and 270, I think, market rate units. So that assumption that would cost us money is the opposite. And that's just the one example I can think of. But I think, with all respect, Councilmember Hughes, you said the number that's been selected in the draft general plan, it was suggested. So I don't think we've done the selection yet. And I think that there's a lot of understanding around what higher housing numbers might mean. And I think the Planning Commission is going to have to digest that kind of information and make those decisions. And I'm just really concerned that it's not really possible to know in 20 years what this build ought to look like. I've been watching the newspaper for the past couple of years, and there are so many projects that either get approved and then don't get built, or take 10 years. So I don't even see how we'll project out how things will get built. And I'm not opposed to analysis. I'm just not feeling like that kind of information is going to help me make a decision. We don't even know how many people over the age of 60 will turn around and use their property tax basis to buy a market rate home, and now it'll get less than market rate property tax. There's just so much that we don't know, and there's so many more reasons why we have to plan for the housing than just the financial part of it. So I think no matter what we do, we're going to have to constantly reassess every couple of years where we are, what we have to do. We don't know what's going to happen with the economy. We don't know what inflation will do. We don't know if the housing production will actually move forward, because every city is going to be trying to build their housing. And so there won't be anybody to build it and projects will just stop, or if housing projects will move forward. So I think it's really, for me, it's too many unknowns. I think we've got analysis, we can analyze and analyze, but we're looking at a long horizon. So I'm just not seeing the value.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, and I agree that there's a lot of uncertainty in planning. And I definitely embrace the idea of a 5-year horizon. However, if we were to adopt the draft as it is now, we would be adopting it, and inherent in there are zoning changes to satisfy that are mandatory. And so those making the zoning changes that are in there would then trigger by right development that could be allowed without the intervention of the council on some of these decisions. So actually, I think it's very important to understand what the possible financial impacts would be of adopting a general plan. And to me, to understand whether we're going to be able to pay for the water and sewer, and whether we're going to be able to afford the police service that could be triggered by a 30% growth. To me, that's just not responsible. And it would be just a tool for us to help understand what level we would approve. But the current draft has a level. And if it were adopted as it is, it would have expenditures, costs, and revenues associated with it. I just think we need to better understand than what we have, which is this 2019 that was based on some other information.
All right, I'm going to call the question at this point. I hope everybody knows what the motion is. So, Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak. Sorry, no. That's a no?
Correct.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
No.
And the mayor's going to vote no also, because I just feel like we're not getting the right analysis of this. I would prefer to see something that allowed us to make decisions from it, and just a single data point with assumptions without them varied, I don't see as providing us any useful information. So I'm going to vote no. So that motion fails. Would anybody like to make another motion? Councilmember Badami.
Mayor Rennie, you expressed interest in option 2, so I'll try a motion that we move to implement option number 1 and 2 in attachment 1 for additional fiscal analysis of the draft 2040 general plan.
Okay, do I have a second to that? Well, I suggested I will second it just for argument's sake then. So I have a motion. Would anybody wish to comment on this motion? Vice Mayor Risto.
Again, similar to the conversation we had before, I'm just not seeing that this presents value. And I think it just slows down our housing element work that we need to finish before the end of the year.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I would just comment that this has nothing to do with the housing element. It's strictly about analysis for the general plan. The housing element does not consider the fiscal impact. And I would not support the motion because I think leaving out understanding our capital requirements would give us a very small portion of the answer. I think that those capital concerns about whether we have the ability to pay for what we need in the water and the streets, and also the EIR specifically has mitigation measures in it, and we don't know what that would cost. So, and my guess is that those would be largely capital items as well. So I think that the ability to evaluate the general plan would be very limited without understanding the capital. So I apologize, but I would not be able to support that.
Councilmember Sayoc.
I have a question of staff. Councilmember Hudis brings up the mitigation factors that are necessary in the EIR. What happens if those are not constructed? And are those, I haven't had a chance to look at those specifically, but are those phased or are they all up front before any further development can happen?
Thank you, Councilmember Sayoc. So there's a number of mitigation measures. They're not all improvements, and they would be triggered by development. They're not things that just have to get done now. So again, as was stated before, when a development comes in, that will be analyzed. We have, as you've seen on a number of projects, a number of parks and public works improvements that get triggered in the public right of way, whether that's street improvements, road widening, sidewalks, bike lanes, and things like that. And so those would be analyzed on an individual project by project basis. I think, and I don't want to speak for Councilmember Hudis, so please correct me because I'll probably get this wrong. But I think he's looking at the totality of if all of this was built, what additional infrastructure would have to be put in place to accommodate that? And maybe that individual piece by piece, making those improvements doesn't get us to where we are now. The reality is it's not the developments required. It's not new developments requirement to make up our deficit from our current infrastructure problems. They need to pay their fair share moving forward based on the impacts of their development.
Okay, thank you.
And let me just, for the record, this is a program environmental impact report. So the mitigation measures that are identified are really programmatic in terms of noise reduction, cultural resources, paleontology, reduction of greenhouse gases, vehicle miles reduction, et cetera, construction noise reduction, kind of big picture items. And really at the project level, we would determine any necessary project level mitigations that would be required of development.
Councilmember Hudis, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, just to respond to that, I agree that a number of the mitigation measures were project specific, but there were some others that looked to me like could be influenced by the population growth, yet were really across the board. One of them is GHG-1, which is implement community emissions reduction measures, or T1, which is VMT reduction strategies. So it seemed to me some of those might be impacted by population growth as well. So I just wanted to point that out. They wouldn't necessarily all be paid for by a development project.
All right, let me call the question on this motion, which is fiscal analysis using option 1 and 2. Councilmember Hudis.
No.
Councilmember Sayoc.
No.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
No.
Well, it sort of doesn't matter how I vote. I'll vote yes, I guess, but it still fails. So Vice Mayor Risto, go ahead with.
Thank you. I don't know if this needs a motion or not, but in the report, it talked about staff recommending an additional implementation program for the draft 2040 general plan to review fiscal impacts related to the land use element every 5 years. Is this something that we need to make a motion on tonight, or will that just happen regardless?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, you don't need to make a motion on that. That's just something that staff's going to be recommending as this moves forward to Planning Commission and then ultimately to Council. So that will be acted upon when you consider the entire general plan.
Okay, so you're already making that recommendation. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sayak. You're still muted.
Sorry. I understand it's going to be a recommendation, but often is it possible to just have a motion? That way it's recorded as this is something we would support as it goes through the process? Or is it predetermining things as?
Yeah, I frankly would prefer that you not do that. We're recommending it as staff. So even if the Planning Commission doesn't recommend it, you're still going to have the opportunity to implement that type of implementation program. And so I'd rather the council didn't predetermine any of that at this point from Planning Commission, prior to Planning Commission.
And if I may, one more question. If you could just say it one more time as I'm taking notes. Town Manager, you mentioned that the purpose of that, doing it every 5 years, if the pace of construction either increases or decreases, it gives us an ability to do what with the general plan? It gives us an ability to like do a course correction. And if so, what is that process? Is it a full amendment?
It would be it could be a general plan amendment. It could be a package of general plan amendments. For example, you might want to modify the land use designation for one or more items, or you may want to modify a policy or an action item. It could be any number of things in order to make sure that the general plan is clear about what it's trying to achieve. So for example, what if we have an assumption that, Los Gatos Boulevard is a great place for mixed use, but what we find is that only single use residential is coming forward. The council may want to relook at that policy, especially if it approves exceptions and still allows residential to happen, even though the plan calls for mixed use. That might be an area for a course correction of how do you, maybe not all of the sites should be for housing. Maybe some of them should be for commercial, and just recognize that we may not get the mixed use, but maybe we want to see separate single uses side by side so that we retain our economic capacity along Los Gatos Boulevard. So it's going to depend upon, obviously, about what kind of development interest we actually have for this general plan, what applications get approved, where you might find in your decisions, there's some frustration points. And again, most of the time it's because clarity is needed, that something is confused or it's a gray area or it's being used for purposes for which the council never had intention. So, but yeah, it would be a review, it would be analysis, and then any potential package of amendments that would then be considered by Planning Commission and Town Council.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let me call an end to this agenda item then, I guess. It is past our break time, so we have 2 more agenda items, but let me give council, do we need 10-minute break or 6 minutes enough? So do 6 minutes. Maria, was that 10 or 6? 6, okay, so we'll come back at 9:40. We're on to agenda item number 15, which is an appeal of a planning commission decision, but I understand there might be some changes to it.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Before you this evening is an appeal of a planning commission decision to approve a request to demolish an existing residence and construct a new 2-story residence. The subject property is non-conforming as to size, being 3,680 square feet where 5,000 is required. And the proposed 2-story residence would be 1,677 square feet with a 299 square foot garage and a partial basement. The application includes requests for approval to exceed the allowable floor area for the property, for reduced front and side yard setbacks, and for an exemption from the parking requirements. On February 9th, the Planning Commission considered the project and approved the application subject to the conditions of approval contained in your staff report. On February 22nd, the decision of the Planning Commission was appealed by an interested person, Shelley Baker, the property owner of 120 Olive Street. The appellant indicated that the Planning Commission based their decision on incomplete and inaccurate information, that the Planning Commission did not address the concerns of the surrounding neighbors, and that pertinent information provided to staff was not forwarded to the Planning Commission. A full discussion of the specific reasons listed in the appeal is provided in your staff report. In addition to your staff report, an addendum and desk item were distributed containing additional public comments received after the staff report was published. Additionally, the desk item includes a letter signed by the owner of the subject property, the appellant, and the residents of the immediately adjacent properties, indicating that a compromise was reached and requesting withdrawal of the appeal. The compromise would increase the west side setback from 3 feet to 4 feet, reduce the east side setback from 5 feet to 4 feet, and increase the front yard setback from 10 feet to 12 foot 6 inches. As detailed in the desk item, simply withdrawing the appeal would not allow staff to approve a building permit for the revised project, as the east side setbacks would not, the reduced east side setbacks were not included in the Planning Commission's approval of the project. Therefore, the council could consider the project revisions detailed in the desk item, receive public testimony, and discuss whether the revised project is consistent with the town code and compatible with the neighborhood. If the council finds merit in the revised project, the council could include an additional condition of approval capturing the compromises agreed to by the property owner and the neighbors. This concludes staff's presentation. We are available to answer any questions.
All right, so just to be clear, if we implement what everybody seemed to agree to, we actually need to approve the appeal and then change the project and approve the project.
I believe the correct course of action would be to deny the appeal and then approve the project with an additional condition of approval, capturing the compromises agreed to by the parties involved.
Okay. Any questions from Councilmember Badami?
Yeah, so I almost have a little issue with that because you deny the appeal, but actually I found that there was merit in the appeal being filed. So is it just a matter of semantics that if I was to go along with that, I'm denying the appeal, but yet really in the grand scheme of things, there was information that was not provided to the Planning Commission to make it a level playing field. And granted, it was an error, on staff. It was unfortunate, but it did leave a preponderance of selective presentation. So again, we still are deny the appeal and then move forward. That's the correct process.
Well, thank you for that question. The process outlined in the desk item is just one of your options tonight. You could certainly accept or approve the appeal and deny the project. You could certainly remand the project back to Planning Commission based on any new information, or you could follow the process outlined in the desk item. Staff didn't mean to infer that there was only one option on the table tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow. I'm still struggling, I think, with the same thing that Councilmember Badami is, that a project was approved by the Planning Commission, different than what they're asking to change. If we deny the appeal, then it goes back, the approval stays in place. And you're sort of saying that we would then unapprove and change the project. It seems backwards, like we should approve the appeal, which cancels the approval, and then approve a new project with these small changes. So I'm feeling backwards also on this. But maybe the town attorney could just make sure we don't get into trouble on the process.
I wouldn't get hooked up with the process. You could deny it in part and grant it in part with the changes to be made. Either way you can go. You can be denied with the conditions that are approved, or it could be granted with the conditions that you approve. You just have to have substantial record for the reasoning. So I wouldn't get caught up in the process wise as how you want to see it, the project approved or sent back. Like Sean said, there are many different avenues you can take.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Council Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I guess the reason it's confusing is with this signed agreement, the appellant is actually dropping the appeal, correct? But that's not possible because it's already before us. And so we're going to have to do some work to unwind it. But essentially, there is no longer an appeal in the eyes of the person who filed it, assuming these conditions are met. And we have to, if we go forward, we have to approve those conditions, and that would fulfill their agreement, correct?
That's essentially correct. The position that we're in and kind of stuck in is that the appellant intended to withdraw the appeal, but by agreeing to the conditions with the property owner to shift the house over a foot, they're reducing the east side setback beyond what's required. And the Planning Commission didn't expressly approve a project description that included a reduced east side setback. So we can't simply withdraw the appeal, accept that withdrawal, and then have a building permit filed because staff couldn't sign off on a project that didn't include that reduced east side setback. So if council wants to move on that compromise, you would need to approve that reduced setback on the east side because Planning Commission did not have that opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you. That makes total sense. I mean, to follow on, so if, for example, the compromise they had struck had altered the setback from 3 feet to 4 feet, and the Planning Commission had already approved 3 feet, but the setback on the other side and no other conditions changed that would require an exception, then it could just be dropped. But because by moving it a foot, there's now an exception on the other side, it still has to be heard. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
And even though they're talking about moving the front, it's a increase in setback towards compliance, so we don't need to worry about that because it's better than, still not compliant, but better than it was, so we don't need to worry about that.
That's correct, because it would be considered in substantial conformance with the Planning Commission's approval of the reduced setback in the front, similarly on the west side as well, going from what was approved at 3 and now proposed under compromise at 4.
Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
Question on a little different aspect of it, and that's the fees that are incurred. So my understanding is that there are fees for filing an appeal, and if in fact an appeal occurred because of an omission of evidence, then would it be normal for the appellant to have to pay those fees? And the other question is this situation of denying versus upholding the appeal, does that impinge on the fees at all?
Thank you, Councilmember Hughes. So the fees are irrespective of whether or not an appeal is granted or denied. And irrespective of your decision this evening, there would not be any refund of appeal fees. We have had in the past where prior to noticing for the public hearing, getting it on the agenda, doing all the staff work from a staff report perspective, someone has appealed. And in those cases, we have refunded those fees. But since we're at this point, those fees would not be refunded.
Thank you.
And so let me just be sure of our process now. So we're going to do our usual process of appellate first, applicant, appellant, and public before the last appellants. And those could be quick if they like, but we're still going to go through all the steps. Correct? Okay, I see lots of nodding heads. Well, let's get started then. So first up is the appellant, right? Hi, Shelley, you just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead. We hear you.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of the council members for spending their valuable time with us, listening to our concerns and discussing the issues surrounding this project. It was heartening to know that our council members care about what happens in their town. I'd also like to thank all of the supporting neighbors for their dedication and contributions, which did affect the outcome of the project, although not nearly as significantly as we had anticipated and had hoped. It has been a really difficult process for everyone involved, much more so than any of us had expected. Last night, we did come to a compromise that hasn't made everyone happy, which, as stated by one of the council members, is the goal. No one being happy being the hallmark of a true compromise. Going forward from this point, our primary concern turns to the construction project itself. As all of the neighbors have experienced and expressed, the last two significant projects on Olive Street, both remodels, not rebuilds, just doors away from this one, caused considerable issues in the neighborhood for extended periods of time. A project of this magnitude on this very narrow, congested street could be a logistical nightmare unless meticulously planned. As a condition of approval, we would like to see a detailed and well-communicated construction management plan in advance. The neighbors would like time to review and provide input before the plan is finalized. During the public comment portion of this meeting, Ed Pearson, a reputable local builder and close by neighbor, will provide his valuable input on this topic. Before parting, I do need to say that the supporting neighbors and I take exception to being put in this position where we have had to try to no avail to defend what is right. I can't blame the Reicherts for wanting a bigger, deeper, wider home than the lot and street is intended to support. I can, however, blame the planning department and the planning commission for allowing and approving this project in the first place. We, the citizens of Los Gatos, expect the planning department and planning commissioners to protect our neighborhoods, but have learned that this is not necessarily the case, and we are ill-equipped to protect ourselves when it comes to the planning logistics. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions from at this time. You do get to come back at the end, and it doesn't look like there's any questions at this time, so thank you. Next, I believe we go to the applicant. Looks like we have Jay Platt first.
Yeah, good evening, council members. Jay Platt, architect here. And at this time, we'll turn my time over to the owner, Thomas Reichert.
Similarly to Shelley, I wanted to thank the council for their work. And I believe every member either participated in person or we had a chance to talk to. So I want to double the sentiment from Shelley. I think it's really valuable. I think the last 3 hours on this call, listening to the breadth of work and diversity of work you guys do, it makes me appreciate more of the work that you've contributed to our project. And I do think that the work that you guys contributed helped solidify the compromise that we came to. So I don't take that lightly at all. I also want to thank Shelley, as well as Andrew and Lynn, the other two neighbors who signed the compromise. I think, as Shelley stated, very much the true nature of compromise is that everyone feels like they didn't win and gave up a little bit. So, I think Shelley and I had quite a bit of conversations over the past week, and very happy with feeling that we've all worked together to get there. Shelley and I didn't put our speeches together at the same time, but I think it's great. I think I want to acknowledge the hard work that not just Shelley and I put in, but all of the rest of the neighbors. No one wants to be the person complaining or appealing. So I think we're learning a lot from this process, and I agree that when the appropriate time comes to do a construction management plan during the building process, we're committing to doing that. I know that's a requirement already, so it's not something I think we have to make a condition. But I believe we're committed as a good neighbor to share in that information as soon as it's available through the building permit process. I really feel like through this process, Shelley, Andrew, and Lynn and I have come together as more than just neighbors now. I didn't know all of them before, and I think through this appeal process was the only way that we were able to sort of gain that perspective that we didn't even get from the second planning commission's respect. So really appreciate, well, not maybe necessarily the process, the extra time and value that we got from it. I think similar, just give back the time and happy to answer questions as they come along. Thank you.
Do council members have questions for the applicant? This will be your only opportunity to ask the applicant questions. It does not look like it, so thank you. And we, at this time, will go to other members of the public which wish to speak. I see Ed Pearson. Ed, you are unmuted and able to speak, hopefully. Oh, it says you're connecting to audio, so we'll give you a second here. Hopefully you're connected to audio now. And you're muted. You'll need to unmute. Ed, you're still muted. You'll need to unmute. If you're on Zoom, it's probably on the bottom left. There you go, you're unmuted, but now you're connecting to audio again. Something's not going right here. You're unmuted. Can you speak now? Ed? Something's not working with his microphone. Let's go on to Darren and maybe come back to Ed.
Yeah, hi, this is Darren.
Darren, you started off unmuted. Now you're muted again.
How about now?
That's good.
Okay. Ed Pearson is actually here if you would like to just continue on my phone and give him the opportunity.
That's fine. I can do that.
Okay, I'll hand it over.
Hi, council members. My name is Ed Pearson. I'm a resident, long-term resident on Thurston Street, just one street over, and a pretty long local builder in the area. My main concern with this project I didn't really have much of an opinion on the home. My main concern was just the kind of logistics of it and the construction management and some kind of sequencing plan. First of all, I was a little confused on the plans when the plans were labeled as addition and remodel, not new construction. The site plans, site plan A1, so that's the architect, clearly says no grading proposed. And on site on sheet C 2.0, the civil plan, they list in the earthwork tables, they list the rough grading, excuse me, at 0.9 cubic yards and the export at 0.9 cubic yards. So this is a basement. When I kind of did my calculations based on what's available online, I kind of figured it was about 11-foot vertical cut on 3 sides of this foundation, plus the required ramp that you're going to need to get down in the excavated area, plus stitch pier drilling on the 3 sides and all the dirt coming out of that. So I kind of calculated this at least about 600 cubic yards of dirt was my concern, versus on the plans, they both say, the architect and the civil both say 0 export. So there's really not room for any, I don't see any dirt being used to backfill this job. It's basically going to be your drain rock backfilled on this thing. So I think pretty much all that cubic yards of dirt that I'm referring to are going to have to be taken off site, which is going to create quite a plan. I think should have been a fair amount of neighborhood outreach prior to the plan going to being studied in the building department. I just think it's worthwhile to just take a hard look at this. I mean, you're going to have concrete trucks, lumber delivery, a large equipment to drill the stitch piers, and that's a really narrow street and really tough access. It's and we have construction vehicles parallel parking on sidewalks sometime on that street. So I don't think it's really asking too much to get a little pre-planning on that to see how they pull that off, and just to get a plan, not to drive the neighbors insane and shut the street down, which I think they would probably have to do at least at some times. Thank you.
Any questions from council members? I don't see any, so thank you, Ed. Darren, did you also want to speak?
I'm ready to go.
Go ahead.
Okay, so as you know, Olive Street's a charming neighborhood with older, smaller homes on this very narrow street. Most of the small cottages were built in the 20s through the 40s. And unfortunately, several of these characteristics that have made such a nice neighborhood are also the characteristics that have become obstacles. Parking is abysmal. Garages are often not used as intended, and driveways are rarely used for more than one car. So ultimately, the overflow turns into a game of musical chairs for permitted parking on Olive Street. The losers end up parking on San Benito Avenue, and the residents of San Benito Avenue that are not allowed to park on Olive Street have no place to park. This is especially difficult for us that have family members that are aged, handicapped, or have health issues. And this will only be compounded and possibly dangerous during construction. Therefore, I think every effort should be made to lessen the impact of the situation by enforcing the installation of the car lift that is on the plans, rather than being an option as the applicant has stated, and by implementing a strict construction management plans. The homes are very close together. The applicant had a choice to remodel a cute home that allows setbacks that are consistent with the home and therefore the neighborhood, or to demolish the home and build under entirely different conditions. The applicant chose later, yet proposes a house that does not follow either of those criteria and even requests several unnecessary deviations from guidelines and ordinances. There's no inherent compelling or logical reasons why this needs to be. Incidentally, there's not another home on Olive Street that has been demolished and then built new, or that has a habitable basement. And only 4 of the 22 on this street have second floor. Very slight modifications of the plan would certainly bring this home back in line with the rules and lessen the concern of many neighbors without significantly changing the design or integrity. Simply moving the house back towards the rear of the yard and decline the request for exception still leaves the applicant with a 20-foot plus rear back requirement with no impact to design. Move the garage 2 feet to the east and decline the request for exception. As the mass and scale of the house is very tall, the non-conforming lot is given the benefit of a higher floor ratio than a conforming lot to compensate for its size. The home takes advantage of that and then exceeds it by 308 square feet or 23%. A basement that does not count in the allowable coverage is specifically to help non-conforming lots minimize the neighborhood impact, not as an absolute or in addition to substantially surpassing the allowable coverage as this house proposes. This has been a horrendously difficult task, and we have been provided with information that has been incorrect, insufficient, incomplete, or missing, which has caused arguments, hurt feelings, and uneasiness in our neighborhood. This could easily be avoided if rules were enforced rather than excessively allowing unwarranted exception, loopholes, and manipulations of the town codes and ordinances that no layperson could possibly be aware of. No one's telling these people what they can't build a house. The point is that they should build a house that follows the rules and contributes to the neighborhood, just like thousands of others in this town have adhered to. And hopefully with a little respect and consideration to the neighborhood and its concerned residents, we could all benefit. That's all.
Any questions from council members? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Darren. Would any other members of the public wish to speak to us on this? I don't see any hands, so I misspoke earlier. We do get to allow the applicant to speak again if he wishes. So Jay Plett or Mr. Richter.
Excuse me, Mayor, there is one additional hand that has been raised.
All right, let's go ahead with Bonnie Hurwitz before then.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. So I echo the observations from Darren and Shelley and certainly Ed. I've lived on the street for 18 years and have lived through the construction that was previously mentioned. I'm particularly concerned about the upcoming construction and the inability to have any parking available to the people that live in the neighborhood. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it might have been Sean Mullen, about a parking exception. I'm not entirely sure what was meant by that. I'd like to get an answer to that once I complete my commentary. I also have to say that I do think the outreach was a bit too late by the owners. Unfortunately, we didn't get an opportunity to see any revised plans. And so now we're kind of forced to live within the confines of what's already been put forth. And Shelley has, made some concessions on her end because she's the closest in proximity to the actual construction being done at 120 Olive, her address at 120 Olive. I happen to be down the street on the opposite side of the street. And so my perspective on this is a bit different, but nonetheless, the parking considerations are a paramount concern to me. I'm also concerned about the digging that'll be done for the basement that's being put there, the shaking of the ground that might impact the relevant or respective homes in the area on the whole street. I've already had some plumbing issues in my home based on other constructions that have been done, and at my own expense, I've had to take repairs. So I just want to be cautious and put that out there to make sure that people understand that construction of this sort could have an adverse impact on the homes on the street and, at some financial impact as well. With that said, we'd like to get back to Sean Mullen, and I believe he mentioned a parking situation or a parking exception, and would like to hear more about what that entails. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for this speaker from council? I don't see any, so thank you, Ms. Hurwitz. Would any other members of the public wish to speak? I don't see any. Let me give an opportunity for the applicant to speak again if they wish, Jay Plett or Mr. Richter. Go ahead, Mr. Richter.
Hello, this is Thomas. I just wanted to address the three comments and then maybe make a small notice there. I hadn't yet met Ed, I think maybe once outside, so I appreciate his commentary specifically on the construction plan and grading work. And I just want to acknowledge that I agree with the comments that he made, and I believe, and maybe Sean can clarify when it's his turn to address some of this as well, is all of that will be in the building permit process. So I don't think any part of the planning approval attempts to not discuss that point. We fully plan on addressing those concerns and even more so in a timely manner, as I think I heard a couple times, share that information
with the neighbors. So yes, that's part of the plan, and I appreciate that comment coming up. One of the notes I made from Darren's comment is actually we have a handicap member who parks is part of our family. And if you didn't know, I just thought maybe I would share. If you have a handicap placard, you're allowed to park in the permitted zone without a permit. So that may help alleviate some of his family's concerns as well. We have father-in-law who participates using that part, and we have a very active parking metering maid. So he's shared with us that having that handicap plaque displayed does not require you to have a permit on our street. And same with Bonnie. I think Ed and her and Darren's concerns were very similarly aligned, and maybe this is going a little bit into what Sean might say. We are providing 2 parking spaces, which I believe is compliant, both in the number of parking spaces as well as the size of the parking spaces. So I'll let Sean clarify on his part. So, but that's what I believe our product is bringing forward. I think I'll just close with. I believe the compromise that Shelley and I and Andrew and Lynn came up with fits in line with the context of the neighborhood, as well as meets the understanding of the way Planning Commission approved us unanimously to proceed with, notwithstanding an appeal, and the minor modifications for our compromise should be reviewed and improved from this council if you guys deem fit. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you at this time, so I will go back to the appellant and see if the appellant, Shelley, would like to speak. Shelley Baker. So Shelley, you've been brought forward. If you'd like to speak, go ahead and unmute. You're unmuted now. We're not hearing anything.
So Mayor, there are 2 people logged on as Shelley Baker. I can try the other one and see if that's the one she's on.
That's a good idea. Or Darren's probably there also, all with the same place with different phones.
There.
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay, well, this is operator Darren. I'm giving Shelley my phone.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
You may need to kill one of the phones.
Thank you.
Uh,
I really would just like to say, I really would summarize what I, in a very concise way. I put a lot of information in a very short paragraph.
Mayor, it's hard to hear.
Yeah, Shelley, you got distant somehow. We're not hearing. Maybe we're picking up the wrong phone. So Ms. Nees, maybe you could put Shelley back and bring Darren forward. I think he's probably got a phone that works better.
How's that, guys?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, here's Shelley again.
I would just like to summarize by saying that I know that all of you know that what has gone into this, because we've had discussions with everyone And when you listen to Ed and you listen to Darren and you listen to Bonnie tonight and others in the past, these are real voices of real people who really care. And I just hope going forward that the process is just more thoughtful at the initial stages at the planning department and then with the planning commission, because I really feel like it was just due process was not served. I just don't. And it's because of all the numerous exceptions in such a different area of Los Gatos. I just think that also that there probably, there definitely needed to be more outreach, definitely. And I just feel like they didn't have the guidance. The Rikers weren't given the guidance. How do they know? They haven't built homes before in this town, especially, right? So I just feel like I'm hoping that the planning department at that level, at the very early stages, can take it seriously and hopefully avoid so many neighbors such as ourselves who have just been so distressed over something that we're passionate about for the betterment, not just of our individual selves and our neighborhood, but for the town in general. Yeah, I mean, and I could, there's so many details, but with that 600 yards of dirt being missed on the plans, how are we supposed to even evaluate? We had experts like Ed having to read our plans and figure things out. I just feel like, and that never came back to us. No clarification, never. It's just out there. You put it out. Our faces aren't there. Our voices are over a phone. I just feel like I know we're not alone, right? Okay, thank you. Good night. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we will close public testimony, and I'll come back to council and ask you, why did my screen do funny things? And ask council members to do disclosures. I'll start off by saying I met with the appellant, and I think about a total of 8 of the neighbors aligned with the appellant. I did not meet with the applicant. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I did meet in person with the appellant as well as a large number of the neighbors, looked at the site, and I spoke on the phone with each of the 2 owners at the project, the applicant.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. On April 1st, I met with the neighbors, probably about 8 of them, appealing Olive Street. And then on April 1st and April 4th, I had phone conversations with the applicant as well for Olive Street.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Similarly, I met in person with about 8 neighbors and the appellant. And then subsequently, I had a phone conversation with the applicant.
Thank you. Councilmember Sayak.
Same disclosures. I've met with the appellant and neighbors as well as the applicant.
All right. Thank you. So next up, questions from council members or a motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
I have a quick question regarding the grading. My understanding is that we don't count any grading that occurs as a result of a basement or a cellar. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. That is correct. We differentiate between grading on the site, moving dirt around on the site outside of the footprint of the buildings, and excavation required for the foundations and basements of buildings.
Okay, so as a follow-on, and I know this is a policy, so I'm not looking to change it or anything else. I just have not come across this. So if someone were to look at plans, the grading that's on there, I mean, a grading exception is required over a certain quantity above and outside of the cellar on the site. And so the only amount of grading that would be listed in those plans is what is on the grounds, and someone looking at the plans would not know the quantity to be excavated for a basement?
The bare minimum that staff would require be on the plans is the site grading to determine if a grading permit would be required, which is an additional approval. Typically we try to get the excavation quantities on there. Sometimes they're not included.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hudis?
I had a question about the immediate neighborhood and how it's represented. My understanding is that the guideline is 225, which is 9 homes, but in the report I saw 10 listed, and one of them was on a different street. That 10th one seemed to be beyond the 225. Just curious what the rationale was for including that particular home in the immediate neighborhood.
Thank you for that question. The 225 is one of the tests that we use as outlined in the residential design guidelines. And it's our typically, that's what we rest on. When looking sometimes at a broader context of the neighborhood, especially a small street like Olive, it can be helpful to understand more of what's going on the street. And so that was the rationale of including a slightly wider 10 homes instead of 9.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Badami?
To that respect, for staff, in the broader context of that neighborhood, we look at neighborhood patterns, and this is a predominantly one-story neighborhood. I mean, you've got 22 one-story and 4 two-story homes. And this applicant chose to build a 2-story home that's really caused a lot of contention. So our residential design guidelines refer to that and have a design, very carefully, but shouldn't that have maybe been included in the staff report? Maybe it would have been helpful for the neighbors to have that information as well, rather than just the 225 or the 9 or the 10. It's really a one-story neighborhood. Maybe going
Thank you for
forward.
that. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Thank you for that question. We can certainly include that moving forward. Staff's analysis was originally on whether there was another second-story home in the 225, and in fact there was one. And being a former planning commissioner, you're aware that part of the concern is if you're going to be the first 2-story neighbor or first 2-story residence in the immediate neighborhood. In this case, that wasn't the case, but we could certainly disclose that more in our staff reports moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question on the conditions of approval. So there's been some requests about managing the construction traffic on the street. It is a street with very little parking, and in the last construction that was done there, I think a lot of the construction workers parked up on the sidewalk partially and so forth. Is it possible to have requirements that say the construction workers can't park on the street except for loading and unloading?
Thank you, Mayor. You can certainly include that as a specific condition. The Parks and Public Works Department includes construction parking, that it has to not block the street and it has to be parked legally. The council could certainly include an additional condition with more restrictions and more detailed direction.
Okay, and it seemed like what was happening before was it wasn't parked legally, because the impression I got was they were parking on the sidewalk in the red painted areas. So that was then just not enforced, I guess.
And that becomes an enforcement issue. If the neighbors notice that with any construction, they're encouraged and welcome to call the town, and we'll send the town's code enforcement officer out there to make sure that the construction crews are adhering to the approved conditions of approval.
And so assuming that the calculation was correct with 600 yards of dirt, and I don't know if that's 10 yards per truck or 5 yards per truck or something, that's a lot of trucks. Is there any special consideration considering how narrow this street is, if there's trucks going up and down it frequently?
Thank you again. There is a condition, I'm trying to look it up in real time here, but there typically is a condition of the Parks and Public Works Department regarding hauling of dirt. And typically it's hours and making sure loads are covered. On a street as narrow as Olive, I don't want to put words in the town engineer's mouth, but when the town engineers look at the construction management plan and the off-haul required for this project, they can consider the width of the street and if there's any other special consideration. The town engineer, Woo-Jae Kim, is available here.
So, yeah, Mr. Kim, would you do anything additional for this particular street related to off-haul?
It would be site specific. So we have conditions specific to soil hauling, the limited hours and so forth. There will be also a public works inspector overseeing the hauling process. There'll be a pre-construction for the project before any activity starts. If the soil has to be hauled, it has to be hauled. So we'll definitely work with the property owner and the developer and the contractor to make sure to limit any kind of impact. If there is any kind of lane closure needed for loading and unloading, that will be looked at by our traffic engineers. And so we do our best to minimize impacts, but hauling does have some impacts to the neighborhood, obviously, but
and
minimize that.
So the other streets next to Olive, typically a truck, maybe it comes up one way and goes to the top of Olive up to San Benito and goes back down some of the other streets. Is it worth considering routes that they're required to take to keep them off of other narrow streets in that area?
Definitely. Those are the things that we'll look at depending on the locations. There will be an approved truck route, and the contractor and the hauler will be informed of those requirements. And our inspector would work closely with the contractor.
Okay, thank you. Other council members wish to make motion or more questions, comments? Looks like Vice Mayor Risto first to the punch there.
I hope I would never punch anybody or anything, but thank you. First of all, I just want to extend huge appreciation to all of the residents of Olive Street and the applicant for continuing to talk even after this appeal was filed. I can say that in my meeting with the residents, there definitely felt like there was a lot of tension, a lot of feeling of being misunderstood, of not feeling like the process represented their needs. But I think in the end, construction is just a huge imposition no matter what. So whether setbacks are met or they're off by a foot, the bottom line is this construction is going to have an impact, and we can't prevent somebody from doing construction. So I think the most important thing is to make sure that the impacts are mitigated. To the extent that the neighbors came together, especially the immediate neighbors, I commend Shelley and Tom for hammering this out and coming up with a way that we don't have to make a decision for how this can move forward, but they found a compromise. And in my world, a compromise is a deal that either person would take either side. I don't like the negative that everyone's unhappy, but probably that's inevitable in something like this. So if I can, I would like to make a motion to I
think you have your choice.
Okay. To reject the appeal, but to grant the project with the following conditions. Increase the west side yard setback from 3 feet to 4 feet. Reduce the east side yard setback from the required 5 feet to 4 feet. So grant that exception. And increase the front yard setback from 10 feet to 12 feet 6 inches. And that's my motion.
All right, Councilmember Badami.
I had my hand up to make comments, not necessarily to second.
Okay.
But I wanted to address some thoughts that I had regarding what transpired here. I actually found merit in the appeal for more than one reason. But I commend the applicant and the appellant, for finding compromise. The Olive Street neighborhood, they had expectations that our rules and regulations be adhered to. Both sides were challenged with allowances for a non-conforming property. And I would be remiss if I didn't emphasize the importance of our residential design guidelines. And I'm going to talk about community expectations in section 1.4. Changes should be done in a manner that is sensitive and respectful of their neighborhood. And that means reaching out. And here, eventually there was compromise that was found. Neighborhood patterns, section 2.3.1 that addresses form and mass. This is a predominantly one-story neighborhood, 22 one-story and 4 two-story homes. The applicant chose to build a two-story home, which he can do, but it created most of the problems that we're dealing with. It was a calculated risk, but in the end, it's fruitful for both parties. I also want to address site development 2.5.2, and that is that you design with sensitivity to adjacent neighbors, pardon that. In the end, I must say Olive Street is one of the cutest streets in town, and I think one of the prior speakers, Lee Quintana, had also mentioned that. So I'm going to hope that any future renovations or rebuilds maintain that charm of that neighborhood. Thank you.
So I'm still looking for a second for this motion. Councilmember Hudes.
I'll second the motion because I think the compromise is a reasonable one. But I would say that without the compromise, I would have had great trouble in denying the appeal because I think the 225, while it is a guideline, in all the years that I was on the Planning Commission, when we deviated from that, there was rationale. Usually things were offset or the street was crooked or, it was near a corner. But I do think it's important. And I think it's important that that be used in a strong way and without the rationale of including another one. And then secondly, I think that it's really important to evaluate if a document is omitted, whether that document would have consequence. And so again, I support the compromise. I second the motion, but I did want to add those comments.
Councilmember Badami.
I'll be supporting the motion too, but I want to mention as well that I also had trouble with the FAR because we did include a 1,195 square foot basement. And the 7 years that I spent on the Planning Commission, we really paid attention to that FAR. And if you look at the intent of our below cellar or below basement square footage, it's meant to be in lieu of visible mass and to provide you that livable space that you want without getting a FAR exception. However, I will support the motion going forward.
And I'll add a few comments on the thoughts that I had, I guess, since we're all adding comments. I also am, happy to see a compromise worked out. That's always preferable for me. What I did notice in the Planning Commission's consideration, I do agree that there's exceptions all over this neighborhood in the setbacks. So the exceptions granted by the Planning Commission didn't bother me. And there are two-story houses in the neighborhood. So the fact that it was two-story didn't necessarily bother me. What I saw was that all of them together potentially caused a problem. If you look at the other houses, like the one that's across the street and up one is a two-story, but it's the second story set back and it's very low slung. It's actually sunk into part of the roof line. So it's barely a two-story. And the two-story that's down the street also, I think was maybe I saw 7 feet shorter than this two-story. So the height of the two-story made a difference, especially when you let it come towards the street with the reduced setback. And rightfully so, in the first meeting, is it Chair Janoff or Vice Chair Janoff, I think in that meeting, asked for a rendering because you couldn't tell what the articulation looked like on this house that had been actually brought forward, and would it seem too large, right? So when I went out and I looked at the story poles, I couldn't really tell that there was much articulation between the top story and the bottom story. And then the drawing that they added in the second meeting, you could actually, and there was a page that gave the differences. It was about a 5-foot difference between basically a piece of the lower story and the rest of the top story. So there was a lot of articulation, but I didn't see the Planning Commission talk about that much. Interestingly, they asked one person asked for the drawing, but in the second meeting, it was never discussed, when I felt that the real concern should have been considering all the pieces together, the 2-story and reducing the front setback that brought all that mass forward, so that it seemed like a lot of mass. So this compromise brings the house 2.5 feet back, which is going to help that. But I think also seeing that rendering helps understand that it wasn't going to be as massive as the story poles look to be. So again, my summary in all of it is I was okay with setbacks because they're all over the street. I'm okay with 2-story because there's other 2 stories. But this was, I think there's a 10-foot floor plate on the first floor. I think that's larger than it needed to be, making this house taller than it needed to be. So some of those things, I think, considering the front setback, should have been considered more. But I'm happy with our final result, and those were my thoughts on the project. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. We have another item to get on to. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So that passes unanimously. And I think that closes this item. I can't think of anything else I need to do. So we're on to item number 16, which is another appeal of the Planning Commission.
And I will be saying good night.
Yes, you're recused. You're within the 1,000-foot of the project.
I'll catch you on the feed.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you, and good evening once again. Through the mayor, this application before you tonight is not another appeal. This is a recommendation from the Planning Commission being forwarded to the council. So before you tonight is a request for approval for a proposed plan development ordinance and an environmental impact report for construction of a new senior living community at 110 Wood Road, which is the current site of the Meadows Senior Community. The EIR was prepared to address potential significant impacts resulting from the project and concluded that all impacts could be mitigated to less than significant levels. The subject property is 10.8 acres characterized by a hillside setting, but not located in the defined hillside area. The site is the home of this Meadows Senior Living Community, which operated from 1971 through 2019. The proposed plan development ordinance would allow for demolition of all existing buildings on site, construction of a new full-service senior living community with 174 independent living units and 17 assisted living units, removal of 192 trees, including 8 large protected trees, and site improvements requiring a grading permit. On January 12th of this year, the Planning Commission considered the application and received public testimony. Following discussion, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the application based on concerns related to building heights, tree removal, lack of diversity in housing types, concentration of luxury housing units, and the ratio of the number of units, which is fewer than existing, to the overall height, which is greater than the existing development. Additionally, the Planning Commission voted not to certify the final EIR because it is based on a project that the Planning Commission found to be inappropriate, and environmental review is not required for denial of a project. In response to the Planning Commission, the applicant submitted a letter requesting an opportunity to return to the Planning Commission and summarized a preliminary response to the Planning Commission's comments by reducing the heights of 2 of the villas, reducing the concentration of the larger units, reducing excavation and net off-haul quantities, designating 7 below market rate units, and expanding on the discussion of the need for the proposed tree removal. An addendum to your staff report was distributed, including public comments received after publishing the staff report and an additional letter from the applicant. In their letter, the applicant requests that the council hearing be continued to a date uncertain to allow them time to continue to evaluate the Planning Commission's feedback and to update the project plans accordingly. Given the applicant's previous request and their indication that updates to the application are forthcoming, a continuance to a date uncertain is not appropriate, and staff recommends that the council remand the application back to the Planning Commission for review of a revised application. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff at this point? I don't see any. So again, our process is to allow the applicant to speak first for 5 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, honorable members of the council. If someone could please start the PowerPoint, I'd appreciate it. Great, thank you. My name is Chris Echian, and I'm the Divisional Vice President of Front Porch, presenting on behalf of the applicant for the rebuild of Los Gatos Meadows site. Just so you know, I was previously Executive Director of Los Gatos Meadows until we had our closure. By way of background, 4 years ago, we began the design and application process with the knowledge that the existing site would be rebuilt due to the deteriorating building conditions. In September 2019, we closed Los Gatos Meadows and assisted our residents in finding new homes. We have continued to work hard to design a project that aligns with the needs of the town and community. We have held 11 town halls and dozens of one-on-one meetings with neighbors that have shaped the project you see today. As a result, we have earned the support of numerous immediate neighbors who want to see this beautiful project come online as quickly as possible. While there are always residents who will have concerns about any project, no matter how strong it is, we feel the level of support for our project is rare. This is thanks to how carefully we listened and responded to concerns along the way. We believe that our proposed project has merit, which has been informed by robust input from the community and our neighbors. We appreciate that the counter has the power to approve our project as is. While we would welcome that outcome, as detailed in our formal application submittal, based in part by concerns raised by the Planning Commission and staff tonight, we are hereby requesting an opportunity to update our application. If the council is not prepared to make a decision tonight, we would like to request a continuance on our project so we can have the opportunity to take more time to refine the project further before taking it back to you for a final vote. We need clear direction from the council on some key issues that have been raised, as we would like to address your concerns before you make a final decision. If you can advance to the next slide, please. In particular, we are seeking council's advice and direction on the following options that have been proposed following the Planning Commission's feedback. Those are height and massing, parking and off-haul, unit mix, inclusionary on-site BMR, and trees. We'd like to point out that there are always trade-offs between various options. For example, the smaller we make the building, the higher the cost of each future resident. If we want to maximize open space, the building needs to be taller, or we further reduce the number of units. If we want more units, we could increase the development pad and step up into the hill. Finally, if the town desires further housing options for its seniors, as it has repeatedly expressed, these types of projects need approval. Our goal this evening is to obtain approval for our application, but if that's not possible tonight, we seek a productive conversation that clarifies the council's priorities. This clarification is important so we can propose a project that appropriately balances the various trade-offs while still maintaining a viable project. You can advance to the next slide, please. This is the members of our team, and what we really want is to rebuild a project that will enhance the town of Los Gatos for our residents. We are proud of the work we have done to engage the community and feel that the project as is does a great job of incorporating their concerns. Now we look forward to having a conversation with you and are ready to hear the council's voice. If you can advance the next slide, please. Thank you for your consideration, and our team appreciates the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, council, would you like to ask questions at this time? You will get an opportunity at the end of public comment too. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wonder if you have submitted plans or drawings for any of the options that you've proposed.
I will hand that over to Frank Rockwood, our consultant.
Frank, it looks like you're unmuted. Are you able to speak?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Greetings. Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you for your attention to our application. The answer is we have prepared the letter with the response letter, and we had some exhibits to that letter, but at this point, that's all that we've done. So we haven't done any update to the actual full plan set applications that would incorporate those options that were discussed in that letter.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's the letter itself and any attachments to that letter that you've provided. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions at this time, so let me go to members of the public then. Would any members of the public wish to speak to us on this item? I see Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce in Los Gatos, I would like to show my support for the redevelopment of the Meadows Senior Living Facility. We really appreciate their desire to partner with the town, and I think you've seen that in the applicant's discussion tonight. We have met with Frank Rockwood and company many times, dating back to, in fact, 2018, before they had to close their beautiful but very outdated facility. That was 48 years, was a long time running, but it was always a very affluent senior living community. Their thoughtful plan now is exactly what Los Gatos needs for that segment of our senior population. The sooner it is built, the better. And it will give some of our older adults in our town a place where they can go and live out their later years. The Chamber likes the plan. We love the automotive vehicles and the approximate 150 job opportunities that will be available there. We also like the fact that they have addressed the wildfire challenges on the hillside. We also love the fact that soon 200 plus residents will be living up there and will come down and shop and dine in our town. Yes, the units are a little bigger than before, and the scope and size is large. And maybe there are not quite as many affordable housing units as we would like to see, but it does meet the criteria that has been set forth by the 2020 general plan. And I think that it is our responsibility to get this project moving along. So I hope that this doesn't get bogged down in our planning and building departments, because I think it is really, it's a great project. And I think that we should give this thoughtful applicant a chance to see it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Ms. Summers, we have one question from Councilmember Badami.
Ms. Summers, thank you for your comments. My question is, we've got 5-story wall planes in the hillside that have the potential to be very visible, even on Main Street. Can you comment on that?
Yes. So I've walked by it many times, and I've actually, in fact, talked to some of the residents there on Broadway. And one of the best, I think, conversations I had was with someone who said that when they look out their window, while they do see that building and it will be big, and it, and they'll carefully paint it, and they've designed it in such that it will blend in with the hillside a little bit. this resident did say that there's a lot of other buildings and there's a lot of other hillside. And so it will just become part of the landscape. And I think actually a lot of the residents along Broadway and in downtown are not that concerned about it. I think it will all eventually fit in over time. I think the applicant again is really concerned about that and wants to partner with the town to make something that really will be beautiful and it will accentuate the hillside, yet still fulfill some of the needs we have in town.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Summers. I don't see any other questions for you. Let's move on to Fred. Fred, you were brought forward. You just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'm the owner of the Toll House office building there at the corner of Wood Road in South Santa Cruz. And Los Gatos Meadows reached out to me about 2 years ago and has been keeping me apprised of each step along the way. And I do endorse their project. I think it's an asset that Los Gatos desperately needs. I had a 96-year-old mother that we were trying to find good quality care facility in the Los Gatos area, and to know we didn't succeed at that, and Los Gatos does need that type of service. I gotta admit, they've been excellent neighbors all along with us. One feature I appreciate in their plan is a much greater density of parking on site. With the old Los Gatos Meadows, a lot of employees were parking down in front of our complex along Santa Cruz, along the creek. And now the higher density parking should be addressed on site. So I do appreciate that. Anyway, I just wanted to get my input out that I think this is a huge asset for Los Gatos. This is a Class A provider, which is something Los Gatos doesn't have much of in that category. So that's my position. I support them, and thank you for listening.
Any questions for Fred? I don't think I see any, so thank you, Fred. Would anybody else wish to address us from the public? I'm not seeing any hands, so let's go back to the applicant who has 3 minutes now to close and answer any questions we might have. I think we still have Catherine. We don't need her. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, this is Chris again. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll make this quick given the time. Just thank you for listening to our proposal. As you can see, and you've heard from a few of our neighbors, we've really committed to listening to our neighbors and the community, and we'll continue to do so. That's been a premise all along in this whole process. We're asking the council to approve our project as is, but if that's not possible tonight, we'd like to request a continuance so that we can have the opportunity to talk more, to really redefine the project further before taking it back to you for a final vote. Ultimately, Front Porch and I would love to get back to what we do best, which is serving residents in our amazing communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant before we let them go? I don't see any, so I will close the public testimony portion of this and come back to council and ask for disclosures. Councilmember Badami.
Yes, I met with Mr. Rockwood and his team, and I toured the site. And I also went up on Sunday to view any new placement of flags. Thank you.
And Councilmember Sayre.
Same disclosures. I've met with the applicant, read all the material provided by differing correspondents, and viewed the site and walked through it. Well, the perimeter. I didn't go inside the fence.
Councilmember Hudes.
I viewed the site guess about a year ago, and had several video conferences with the developer and some correspondence from residents in town.
And I also had a Zoom meeting with the developer and his team, and I viewed the site also probably a year ago. I think it was not. I have not viewed it recently, and of course I walk Main Street and Broadway all the time, and have viewed the story flags from those locations. So let's see. Question for staff. So our options here, let's just be clear of our options. We can send this back to Planning Commission with some of our direction, or we could, I guess we can approve the project, the original project, or we could approve a modified project where we ask for the director of community development to okay the change in the plans. Those are potential options.
Thank you. That's correct. Keeping in mind that future entitlements are required if the PD were to be approved, including architecture and site applications for the development itself, which will provide more details on the architecture and site work.
So at this point, we really don't need more drawings than what we've seen?
That's at the discretion of the council whether more drawings are needed to illustrate the proposed revision in the March 17th letter, or if if the council wants to provide more feedback to the applicant to produce different drawings for different options.
But either way, we get to see this again as a PD then in the future.
If the PD is not approved tonight, it will certainly be coming back to the council for approval at a certain point. Additionally, once the plan development ordinance is approved, architecture and site application will be required for the buildings and the site work, and that will be brought through the town's development review process and either decided upon with the development review committee or the planning commission.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for asking twice. It's getting late. Some things are bouncing off instead of
I appreciate it, and I thank you.
Let me go to questions from Councilmember Hudes.
Again, following up on options, is there an option to continue this item for the council to consider in the future as compared to the other options that were discussed?
Thank you for that question. I think there's certainly an option to continue it with the caveat that should the project description change significantly, meaning the massing and the design of the site itself change significantly, it may benefit from being reviewed by the planning commission and may warrant remanding back to the planning commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. My question is specific to the below market rate housing contribution. So how does this work with the PD if it's not a change to existing land use? So their recommendation is that we follow it, they follow it similar to the way the terraces is. So would we just put certain conditions that would be monitored by, and I guess the question is by who?
I would ask that Director Paulson provide some feedback on that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Sayoc. So an additional performance standard requiring 7 BMP units could be added to the plan development. Once that's in place, then that would be monitored by staff as well as our BMP administrator.
Okay. And so that could just be embedded. It doesn't necessarily have to be a part of the plan development.
It would be a performance standard, which are you might think they're conditions of approval in the ordinance.
Oh, okay, got it.
They're called performance standards. We would add a performance standard requiring 7 BMP units be maintained on the site.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hudes.
Following up on the BMP affordable requirement. In the 2008 hearing, there was in the staff report, it was stated that BMP units will need to be provided with the project. The town code requires 20% of the units to be affordable to low or very low incomes. What has changed since then? Is there a state law change, or what's happened since then? I know, and again, is it staff's opinion that that no BMP units are now required? I know there's an assertion from the applicant, but I'm interested in the staff's opinion on it.
Thank you. The BMP units, as it was discussed previously at the Planning Commission as well, and should be captured in the minutes, are not a requirement of the town because of the type of use that's proposed here, and state law does not, or state law restricts the requirement of BMP units.
Well, as a follow-up, that was the same type of use that was proposed at the CDAC, and the staff report said that it was required. So I'm interested whether it's our interpretation that's changed or whether state law has changed.
I believe it's that state law has changed, and perhaps Director Paulson or the town council or the town attorney can weigh in on that.
So I'll start, and if the town attorney wants to weigh in additionally, as you referenced, Councilmember Hudis, the applicants provided additional information. That information was reviewed by the town attorney, and he agreed with their determination that pursuant to requirements of the state, that BMP requirements are not allowed to be imposed. Their offer now is to, even though they're not required, to offer, I believe the number is 7 BMP units. And I defer to Mr. Schultz if he has additional.
And that's my understanding of R2, and based on the review of the letter that it is exempt. The perfect questions you ask tomorrow night to Barbara Katz, who's the premier attorney for your housing, is to propose that question there, and she might be able to elaborate.
And so my understanding is the reason they're exempt is this isn't a residential development, it's considered a commercial development, right? A senior facility with the, these senior care services is what makes it exempt from a BMP requirement. Is that the right idea?
That might have been the motive behind the exemption. I don't know. I'm trying to see what the motive was behind it, but there is exemptions.
Yeah, I don't think we've required them in other senior facilities, have we?
So I can jump in there, Mayor. So we do have one. I don't know the exact history, but on Blossom Hill Road, when they came through for their development, I don't know whether or not at that time they were required or they offered them up, like is the case here. But the challenge that gets expressed even from that facility is someone comes in at a certain stage of care needs, and then as they continue to go through progressively to higher and higher needs from a care perspective, it gets to be challenging operationally to make that work. But I think the town attorney was mentioning that, again, as you mentioned, this is a commercial facility technically. It's not a specific residential facility. And that's the information we have, and that's what we provided to the applicant as well after reviewing their information.
Let's go to Councilmember Saya.
Okay, thank you. I'm not prepared to make a motion, but I'm prepared to give comments. I know that the applicant is looking to hear feedback. Based on the conversations I've had with the applicant in our site meeting, like a Zoom meeting, and the discussion that we have here, option B, the change in unit mix and the addition of affordability, as we were just mentioning, that's really what is speaking to me at this time. I appreciate the conversations that have occurred at the Planning Commission. I wish that there was an opportunity to have that continuance, but I don't want that process necessarily to delay any further delays that are already occurring with this project. I met with the applicant when they were first in demolition mode. I know several people who have already expressed interest in purchasing or renting property here. We lack this type of housing, and there's an opportunity for additional affordable units. And so at this time, I'm ready to move forward with option B, with having this Arkansas design to go back to the Planning Commission for that due diligence to ensure that at least the concepts that we're discussing tonight are contained in the design plans. So that's where I'm at right now, and I look forward to hearing where other people are at. So.
And if I could just ask a question, so does option B include option A? Because it seems to be the way they've written it, the two are really combined, right? One is they've lowered it and lost units and then brought them back in option B.
Thank you. That's my understanding and interpretation of the March 17th letter that details all those options.
So then I can assume if Council Member Sayak likes option B, she's including option A along with it, I guess, which is the reduction of one of the floors facing Broadway and a setback in the top floor of one of the buildings facing Main Street. Santa Cruz, facing Santa Cruz.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I have a question for staff and I have some comments. Being that this is a commercial project, our general plan limits two-story elevations to be visible with a limitation on being two-story from every elevation. Does that apply for commercial development such as this?
I believe that general plan policy would apply, but the plan development ordinance can allow for deviations and changes, and perhaps the Director Paulson can expand upon that.
No, I think that covers it. So the plan development can set its own individual parameters. And so that would just be a consideration that council would be making, that in this specific case with this specific project and this set of site development proposals, that it's appropriate.
Okay, so the original plan development ordinance for the meadows that was established back in 1968, did it have a height limitation in there of 2 stories? Do we know? Because I think that's what's there now.
I defer to Sean on the height. I think there are buildings that are over 2 stories now, because I believe some of the current buildings are up to 52 and change feet tall. So that's clearly not going to be 2 stories. And the other I would offer is that I'm sure there was a height limitation in 1968. And that, again, through the plan development ordinance, the council at that time determined that it was appropriate to exceed that height.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll make some comments. I find merit in the application. I mean, this is a most definite need. It's a very valuable site. I mean, I agree with most of what Catherine Summers had stated, with the exception of the height. And that's where I'm having the issue. It's kind of the elephant in the room for me. The luxury and size of the units, that doesn't bother me at all. But it's those wall planes and the inability to screen them, because you are going to have significant tree removal. And you can't replant. To keep this in a wildfire area, you've got to have defensible space to mitigate wildfires. So for me, I'm very concerned about the height, and that's my sticking point. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes? You're still muted.
Thank you. I am reluctant to provide substantive comments on the alternatives because the information that's been presented is insufficient for me to understand those. So I won't be providing any comment on those. I think there should have been at the very least some elevations. And I also think that I won't be providing direction on that. I would like to, first of all, thank the applicant and compliment the applicant on serving an important need in the community for housing for seniors. And in doing that in a way that is really filling an urgent need. The second thing is the aspect of the application with any of the options seems to show a great regard for wildfire safety, and the construction of the ring road and the access. There may be a question about whether access on the lane would help fire safety or not, but overall, a big improvement in fire safety in this application. And then I guess the concern with the as proposed application is the building height, and particularly it looked like on the staff report, it looked like the maximum height was doubling and the minimum height was increasing by 40%. Again, and there was a chart in there with some yellow rectangles or shapes and plus signs on it, but that didn't seem to match what was in the very beginning of the staff report that indicated a great increase in the height. So those are some comments. Not exactly sure how those would proceed, but I don't feel like I can give any feedback on the options without more information.
All right, I'll give some feedback, also my thoughts. I agree that they've done a good job to improve the fire safety there, so I wouldn't want to mess that up. I think that, you know, I'd also commend the applicant for really taking to heart all the different things that the Planning Commission brought up. I read through the minutes carefully, and they really addressed all of those. There was concerns about height, so they took down a story in one of the buildings overlooking Broadway. They pulled back on the top floor in one of the ones looking towards Santa Cruz Avenue. And there was some concern by Planning Commission that, you know, there wasn't enough lower cost units, and so they removed, you know, I think they took that to heart, and I appreciate that they removed the penthouse units and reduced the number of two bedroom units so that there was more 1-bedroom units. So there was more opportunity for maybe people with that aren't as wealthy to get into the facility. I also really appreciated their willingness to put in the 7 below market rate units. And I really appreciate that because of the financing model. Normally, a senior facility that has below market, like Eden is building on the North 40, there's financing coming from somewhere to pay for the services. Normally in a market rate, it's going to be paid for by the residents. So now they've somehow needs to cover the cost of the below market rate people. You know, if you're going to let them in for below market rate, you're probably not going to be able to charge them the same price for services either. So somehow that needs to be figured out and covered. So it adds some complication to, I think, their operating model. So I appreciate they're willing to take that on. That was some of the comments from the Planning Commission, that they really felt like it was important to allow more diversity in this facility. So I appreciate them addressing all those. Planning Commission was a little worried about the trees. I think that they've already done, I don't think they described the tree that well. A lot of the trees are more that are being removed are more ornamental, and in fact, they're planting more fire retardant, more natural trees. So in the long run, I think actually the trees are going to be better off on this site. So I'm not worried about the trees either. One thing I do disagree with is option C, which was, Councilor Merciac didn't mention that one. That's in order to reduce off haul by 10%, they're going to reduce parking spaces. Reading through the minutes and so forth, there's a lot of workers that park down at the bottom of Wood Road. So, for the old Meadows. And so by reducing the on-site parking, you're effectively moving more people back into our downtown parking area, where we know we already are short or tight on parking anyway, and are always trying to look for how can we get more parking. So I would not want to go to option C, which reduced the amount of parking. And so I'm also in favor of option B. I think I covered everything. Again, I'm impressed with how they really took and tried to work on everything that the Planning Commission mentioned and had concerns about. Would Councilmember Sack?
So if based on everyone's comments, let's see if we can, I'll put forward a motion. I move that the council, I move that the council approve option B as outlined in the staff report, and ask that the applicant provide the ANS material, and that goes through the Planning Commission. So let me know, Joel, if I need more information than that, but that's kind of where I'm moving towards.
And
thank you, council member.
Yeah, go ahead, Joel.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I need to do the full analysis, the whole EIR thing, right? Okay, hold on.
So that's one component, but yeah, it's approving the plan development. So if you look at, and Sean, help us out with the page that kind of walks through that alternative to approve the plan development as modified by option B.
Okay.
And I'm trying to track that down now.
Okay, I think I found it. Okay, so I certify the final EIR and approve the plan development application by taking the following actions. I want to adopt a resolution to certify the final EIR and make the CEQA findings of fact, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Make the required findings that the zone change is internally consistent with the general plan and its elements and other required findings, and approve the application subject to the performance standards and development plans that we discussed, specifically option B, and including attachment D that provides the below market rate housing. Waive the reading of the ordinance and ask the town clerk to read the title of the proposed ordinance, and that the ANS application and all of the follow-up material go through the Planning Commission for its review.
All right, would somebody like to second this motion? I'll go ahead and second the motion for discussion purposes. And Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, while it may sound good to approve an option tonight, I think it's, for me, I would need to see what this option really is. And I don't think that, I don't believe that the council has approved something without drawings, without the detail that would be here for plan development. And it troubles me to be able to support something that sounds good, but lacks the substance of what we're going to get. The other concern I have is certifying the environmental impact report. I believe that I didn't even ask questions about it, but it did seem as though the alternatives in the EIR did not explore rebuilding in the same footprint as one of the alternatives. The only alternative that was selected was not basically, I think, not allowing anything there, or the least impactful. But it seemed to me a much more reasonable and robust alternative would have been to look at rebuilding under the same footprint, which would have, of course, had some reduction in the size of the units from what's being proposed. But altogether is an alternative that I believe should have been examined in the EIR. So for that reason, I am unable to certify the EIR as well. So unfortunately, I can't vote to move this forward at this point.
Councilmember Badami.
I'm also not comfortable approving this tonight. I'm very concerned about the height and massing with option A. I think this needs to be vetted more thoroughly with the Planning Commission, who had voted 7-0 unanimously to deny it. But I would be far more comfortable just remanding it back to the Planning Commission with consideration of council comments.
Okay, so I'll just call the question to get us past that. Councilmember Badami.
No.
Councilmember Hudes.
No.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
And the mayor will vote yes. So we have a tie. So the motion fails without a majority. Would somebody like to make another motion? Councilmember Badami.
I move to remand the PD application to the Planning Commission with consideration of council comments.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Hudes.
Second that.
Yep, okay. Any further comments? Call the question. Go ahead, Councilmember Sayak.
Ready, I'm ready to vote.
Yep, Councilmember Hudes.
Yes.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
And my preference would be to approve it. I don't think we needed to do that, but I'll vote yes, since that seems to be our only option to move us forward here. So with that, it passes unanimously. We're remanding it back to Planning Commission with our comments. So with that, we don't need to read any ordinances. We just need to go home and go to sleep. We're already home, some of us. We'll send staff home. All right, so thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.